Welcome in everyone on the SMG Network live streams powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric Company as we welcome you into day 2 here on the campus of Northwest Local Schools here in Canal, Fulton. I'm TJ Downing, joined by my partner Jim Bostic as we are underway, Jim, for the first annual Fear the Spear all women's wrestling tournament. Shout out to Art Kali, who you can hear on in the background through the PA system here in the gymnasium. He put this thing together. It's phenomenal. We saw some great wrestling action last night for the Friday night extravaganza.
Love that name.
Man, what a great weekend of wrestling here on the campus of Northwest Local Schools. Shout out to Jason Hathaway, Art Kali, the entire Wrestle One tournament's crew putting this thing together as we are now getting into the semifinals of the girls' action here today. And Jim, I know that you've gotten a chance to work close with these guys. You've gotten a chance to have your eyeballs on girls wrestling as it was finally sanctioned last year. You called those state championships alongside Chris Kali, and we've seen what we talked about last night as a sport that is probably growing as large in this section with the women's wrestling as much as any in the country.
No, you're spot on, Tej. I'll tell you what, brother. And, hey, great to see you this morning, man. This is so exciting. And I'll tell you what, I go back to a little bit of what you guys talked about last night, you know, and we've all been at some of these tournaments. Some of them I haven't had a chance to be where you are. But we reflect upon, you know, when the women are announced, when the women, who gets the loudest applause, who gets the, you know, the crowd going. Right now, it's the women, right? Yep. You know, it is right now the fastest growing sport, definitely in Ohio, if not in the nation. Lacrosse kind of held that banner for quite a while, but right now, women's wrestling, and with the opportunity these ladies have to go on into college with this, help them out financially if that wants to be the path they follow. Again, we're just going to see this nothing but grow and grow and grow.
We've seen that with our good friends at the Stark County Wrestling Coaches Association. I mean, for those out there that don't know, there are scholarships available. There is money to be had for these girls that are looking to continue their education, continue their athletic career. And let's pinpoint a guy who we're probably going to get a chance to talk to today who has built here in Stark County a women's wrestling program over at the University of Mount Union. Clay Wenger.
I can't wait.
Listen, he's building. He wants local girls on that team, on that roster to fill that lineup. No better way to come and scout and recruit than right here on the campus of Northwest Local Schools.
Absolutely. I'm told that Clay actually will be giving out our awards unless, you know, something changes. So excited to see Clay do that, but more excited to get him on the headset and let him share his vision and what's happening again right here. I'll tell you what, Teach, really the only college local here in Stark County that has wrestling, men's and now women's, is Mount Union. So again, last night we kind of, and I know you got some connections over there. I was a little ornery. I shouted out Walsh University. You know, we have some college. Malone, of course, did have a program, and just monies and Title IX, things happen. But, boy, I hope we can resurrect some of the programs here in some of our colleges and, you know, let these young men and women continue on in the sport should they desire. But you're right, Tej. Right now, I think you got us looking at mat number one. Mat number one, we're in the semifinals. Round one, only a few matches, a total of 50 young ladies here this afternoon. I'm guessing our tournament will wrap up somewhere around the 1 o'clock area. But right now, we are into round two, the semifinals. You're looking at, from Carrollton, Izzy Nozililo, and her opponent is from West Branch. That is Brooklyn Stofier. So right now, our score 8-2. The young lady from West Branch, trying to see if they have anklets on them. They don't have anklets. I would have the West Branch girl in green if I was officiating there, and our Carrollton young lady in red. So I'm guessing that's what it is there, Coach. So I'm going to say our young lady from West Branch, Nuzolilo, is up 8-2, period number 2. And again, as TJ had shared last night, you know, it's like we hadn't left the gym. What an exciting event last night. Art put together the Friday night wrestling extravaganza right here was Tuslaw Northwest, and jumped in with a group from Perry and Walsh. They brought down their B teams, combined up to make a third team. So that was the men's side of things. The women, of course, they had Brush High School was down, Northwest, both which have pretty full teams. And again, Perry, jumped in. They have a very close to a full team, and it was nice to see girls from Claymont, girls from Norton, girls from Massillon all coming in. And you know what, Tej, one thing that, we talked to Dan Statz a little bit, head coach over at Norton High School, where some of these girls, where they only have 1 and 2 girls on the team, don't really get that team feel. The other girls, if you will, rooting for them on the bench, encouraging them as they're in a pinning position or needing to get up off the bottom. And he was just talking about his young lady, Laurel Ludwig, how she commented to Coach, like, Coach, it was really cool having all those girls from Northwest, because she was put on the Northwest team cheering for her. It was really awesome.
Yeah, and, for me, too, to see, this Perry team and Coach Gary Define, what he does. When I had a chance to go there in the middle, I see some of our Carrollton Warrior girls who are showing up here now. When I got down in the middle of his kind of post-match speech with the girls, talking about, we're progressing, we're starting to peak as we should as the season grows and it develops, but let's talk about the things we need to work on. Let's talk about the negatives of what you just did out there. You told the one girl, you're going down on your knee too much, and you need to start doing this shot. And just the technique side of the game, the technique side from Gary Define's vantage point. I mean, the first ever state champion for Dave Riggs in that historical program, which is going for their 26th boys Federal League championship in a row. It's a powerhouse. When we talk about Mount Union, it's mentioned that last night, feels like the Mount Union football of Federal League wrestling, what they're doing. And to see his speech and talk about handling adversity and really, when we see that, how do we react from that, and how do we grow and become and get better? And I think we saw that with a girl like Kaylee Miller-Grimm, who was our Hilscher Clark Electric performer last night. She jumps on air with you, Jim, and she mentions, this is my first year wrestling. It started out maybe a little slow at the beginning of the season. She relied on some of those rugby roots to get her ready, to get her a little bit more physical once she got inside the circle, and it has paid off. She was able to stand at the top of the podium at Top Gun, defeat one of the strongest girls there in Abigail Mosden. She goes up there and she defeats a returning state placer at the Lutheran West tournament. She comes here last night, finds herself in overtime. I believe only overtime.
I was going to say,
and she prevails 8-6. That says a lot about that young lady and what she's able to do mentally to be able to overcome some tough situations, handling adversity, tied up, going into extra innings, and she gets it done.
No, absolutely. I'll tell you what. And what on the other side, you talked to her about the rugby, right? I mean, it was so interesting. Not only does she compete in rugby, competes in MMA and the jiu-jitsu area, was talking, and I love to hear her talk about the balance, how knowing the balance from the MMA, the jiu-jitsu has helped her in wrestling. It's something that we as wrestling coaches call the feel, right? Knowing where that opponent's at, knowing where the body is, and I'm sure that's helping her to excel and do that, which she has done so far. And I'll tell you what, obviously we're heading in, getting close to the end of the season. We're going to be getting ready for what we call the run as we prepare. And we have a little bit of information there, Tej, on the women's side of things as far as the state tournament and how they're going to get there this year. A little bit different than the inaugural year. So we'll talk about that a little bit and give our fans the 411 on how they are doing the women's, where the men, we have the sectional, district, and state. On the women's side, it's going to be a pre-regional, regional, and state. But irregardless, both of them end up in the shot, and SMG Network is going to be there bringing you all the action. Looking over at mat number 2 right now, that's bout number 14. That's a 110-pound weight class. Wrestling for, let's see, that would be Madeline Bean from Marlington, and she is wrestling the young lady from Garfield. That would be Janice Moss. They're in the second period, scored 2-0, and Bean on top. Nice job there. Got the swipes she needed. She's going to get 3 points for a near fall. Official hasn't awarded them yet. Getting ready to. Yep, there they go. 3 points are up. She's up 5-0. 1 minute to go. Oh, right back into the back situation. Again, official started the swipe. I wasn't counting. Remember, he needs to get 2 to at least award 2, and she did. She got 2 swipes, Tej. So she is up 7-0 as she's working her way here in the semifinal round. You were on mat number 1 momentarily. You saw the wrestlers there kind of waiting. Reason why, with our number of wrestlers and giving our fans and all of you the time there to really enjoy this, they are actually wrestling those weights simultaneously. So we're going to actually swing this over to mat number 1 because we have Northwest's own Maddie Beggart And I know, Tej, you think a lot of this young lady.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I think a lot of the young lady that she's wrestling too. This is Lillian Polka. She stood at the top of the podium at Top Gun from Marlington, a tough wrestler, and she's one of those as well that she's come into the season, gotten better and better, starting to peak. You see her teammate Bean over there, who you just mentioned, in her corner, and she's going to give Maddie all that she can handle. This is a great test for not only Maddie Beggert but for Polka, two of your more upper echelon wrestlers in Stark County.
Well, and it's like we talk a lot about in wrestling. Sometimes this probably should be your finals match, right? And many times, and especially when we get down to those state tournaments, many times that semifinal match really becomes the finals, right? I mean, and it sounds like what you're saying here. Again, didn't have a chance to be with you guys on a Top Gun, but if she stood on top of that podium, this is going to be a barn burner. 1 minute, 15 seconds left in the first period. Both ladies trying to work for position. Maddie looking a little 2-on-1 there, comes off. And we can hear Art Kali over there coaching her, telling her to get off the head. Working a little inside control. Let's see if she can get something going. Polka breaks away, trying to get that. One thing, Tej, watching here, again, I'm going to drop into my old coaching mode. Like to see a little bit of level change, trying to change that level. Yep. And we're going to get an illegal move there for our first point. Not really sure what the referee saw with that. They were bouncing back and forth. Maybe she grabbed the headgear. I'm not sure. 45 seconds remaining in the first period. 1-0 our score. Polka scoring first here. And trying a little bit of outside trip there is Polka. Doesn't get it. Maddie gets that leg back. Good job. Again, a little bit of 2-on-1 with Polka. Needs to get to the angle there. She's trying to stay out front just a little bit too much. Maybe needs to get her head position in. Now she's got that 2-on-1. 19 seconds left. Maddie fights it off. And again, Maddie's got to show a little bit of offense here. Again, something to note, Tej, Maddie was wrestling at the 115-pound weight class, made a decision this week to drop to 110. And I think this is her first competition at this new weight. So a little bit. Oh, Maddie's in on the shot, right on the whistle. Tell you what, though, nice job. Gives the referee a little bit of thought, like, okay, I saw some action there. I like that. Coin is tossed, and it's going to be choice going to the Marlington wrestler. Polka looks over at her coach. She's going to defer. She's going to give choice to the Northwest wrestler, and Maddie says, I'm going in the referee's position. I'm going to go down. And, of course, her job in this position, she needs to escape or reverse the position. Polka, she's going to ride on top hard, looking for that pinning combination, some way to put Maddie on her back. And the official is going to have caution, have a lineup. When the top wrestler gets on, number one has to wait for that bottom wrestler to set, which she is. And when she gets on top, has to have the hand on the elbow. And the hand around the waist needs to be at the belly button. That's what the official did not like. He didn't see that hand in the proper position. Oh, Maddie quickly with a nice switch. Reversal, 2 points. And score is 2-1. Beggert very quickly within 3-4 seconds. A really quick switch by Beggert. Nice move as now she's on top. Nice little 2-on-1 ride over on top.
Roll the wrist.
Beggert trying to come out front. A little bit of a cross face, trying to get that far arm. Needs to keep that knee, good pressure on that right side, whether she keeps that knee kind of up into the back end of her opponent or kind of ride that hip hard. Oh, and the hip breaks down. Kind of open that right side. Polka doing a nice job trying to clear those hips a little bit. Might be looking for a little bit of a Granby. Nope, going to drive up to her feet. Nice job. Going to work on those hands. Out of bounds they go. Back to the center referee's position. Polka down. Beckert on top. Again, we are in the semifinals round number 2. Round 1 only had maybe 8-10 matches at tops. I know that had a couple people ask, we had no sound. We just wanted to show you the wrestling, let you see the ladies before we jumped online with the audio here a little bit. So again, we are in round number 1, championship side. These are all that have the numbers are 8-man brackets. We do have a few round robins at a few weight classes that we'll tell you about when we get there. But again, we're at the 110-pound weight class semifinals. Maddie Beggert for Northwest and Lillian Polka from Marlington. 39 seconds remaining here in the second period. Again, remember that Beckert started down, got a quick reversal within 5 seconds of the whistle. Has the wrist. Half on the other side, needs to pull it across, maybe a little raking motion there. Nope, not going to get it. Polka pulls that half Nelson down. Nice job, 20 seconds. Beckert needs to hang on here, hang on to that lead. Now Polka is going to have to make a choice here, Teach. Third period, she didn't show much on the bottom to get out. She is moving the hips well. Now we'll see if she'll go on her feet or is she going to take down in the third period. Remember, she deferred choice in period 2, giving her the option for choice in period 3. Time runs out, third period, here we go. Choice goes over. Lillian looks over at her coach. Down or neutral. She's going to go neutral. Didn't like what she experienced with Beckert on top. 2-1 is our bout score. And I'll tell you what, Polka showing a little facial there as a coach. You kind of like to see if you're the opponent. Beckert trying to do a little inside, little collar tie there. Again, Polka liking that 2-on-1. Needs to get that head to the other side if she can, reaches in. Now remember, at the end of the first period, Polka had a really nice shot. But again, time ran out, did not get a chance to finish. 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining here in period number 1. Beckert in gray up 2-1. And Beckert goes down, a little heavy on the head. Nice job, goes right into the single. Way to keep wrestling. Has it, 2 points, and she's got Polka on her back. That half Nelson is deep. Beckert needs to drop the hips back just a little bit. Head is up, needs to walk that arm. She's a little high. Polka's got that left shoulder up. Official in good position. He's looking for the fall. Half Nelson is deep. 1 minute remaining here in the third period. We have 4-1 now, trying to shift her position. Still has the shoulder up at minimum. Beckert's going to come away with 3 more, 58 seconds. Trying to get that pressure. I'd like to see her turn that other hip down, square those hips up a little bit on the mat, get a little bit more pressure. Trying to get that arm down. And there it is, the fall, the slap of the mat. And Maddie Beckert makes her way into the finals for the inaugural Fear the Spear Women's Tournament. Nice match.
As I mentioned to you, Jim, and you see Lillian Polka, she's coming off the mat now, and she's just absolutely exhausted. She's down on the mat, just trying to catch her wind, and that was a heck of a match. I'll tell you what, as I thought at the start of it, she gave Maddie Beckert everything that she could handle.
Well, and as you pointed out last night, we talked a little bit about Maddie, right? Maddie last year placing 5th at the state tournament, right? I'm sure she's got that #1 spot on her mind. And dropping to 110, she made the commitment. So March is going to be exciting.
You know, another thing that's exciting here, Jim, coming up is we have over to our left here, we'll check out mat #1. We have one of our Perry Panther wrestlers out on the mat. But coming up here on mat #2, we saw this back in Ironman. Right here in the corner in front of us, the Chippewas. They have a really nice, growing, strong, young wrestling program here for the women. These girls in the corner do a phenomenal job.
No, absolutely. I'll tell you what, Doylestown, Chippewa, being part of our USA Ohio National program, they've always had a young lady on our women's team. And, they've been a quiet giant, if you will. And, again, coaches do a great job, as you pointed out over there. And they are growing that program. So you got us focused on mat #2 right now with our visual. And as you said, we're looking at Nadia Turner from Perry. Her opponent from Trey's Valley is Candace Spry. Candace, I can tell you, has been on our USA national team. And right now, Candace on top 5-0 in this match, puts the legs in. Very experienced wrestler. Oh, half goes in deep. Candace got to get that head up just a little bit, uses the hips, brings it over. Official down into position. Swipes have been given. She's got 3 at minimum for the near fall. And she's going to let it roll back around. Going to get 3 more, make it 8-0, 30 seconds remaining here in the first period.
Lillian Polka's still down on the mat over there. They're attending to her, and you can just, as we've talked about before, Jim, you know it a little bit more than I do because I didn't wrestle. I understand the conditioning aspect of the sport that I played. The demand that wrestling takes on you and asks of your body to be able to withstand 3 periods of 2 minutes. You're putting yourself out there, and it's as intense of any sport that you will put yourself into, and you can see that with the exhaustion of Lillian Polka.
No, I'll tell you what, and you know this better than anybody. You look at all the sports across the way. Any sport that is an individual sport, right? I mean, just to step out there alone without those other maybe 10 athletes to help you on the football field, the 4, in basketball, the 8 more that help you out in baseball. You're alone out there, right? And what you're talking about with cross country, what those young men and women have to do with their endurance. The only sport I guess I kind of think might be a little bit tougher than wrestling would be boxing, right? I mean, when you're out there, number one, you have to have the conditioning, but yet you're getting pounded in your chest, your stomach, your face with those gloves. But no, I'll tell you what, hats off to what these young men and women do. Been there, done that. Like you said, you've been down in the trenches. I mean, I can't imagine the trenches you've been in over the years and what you've had to experience. But now the individual side, a little bit different.
That nice little 40-second play clock gives you a little bit of break in between those plays. A little refresher, man. Catch your breath. You might go on a long 10, 11 play drive, but I'll tell you what, the little breaks there allowing you to regroup. You don't get that here, man. You better be conditioned.
Amen. Jamie and I talked about it. I'm just kind of curious on yours here as we're watching again on mat number 2 is what you're watching. Candace Spry on top. Again, has the Perry wrestler, nice half Nelson is deep, has the wrist, great technique. Hips are up a little high, might need to readjust, go back. She's trying to get that far shoulder down. Nice fight and there it is, the pin by the official. And Candace Spry makes her way into the finals. But, we were talking over at Medina with Sharon with, just kind of a little coaching philosophy. I call it my triangle. Some people use pillars. I kind of like the triangle effect. When you think of a triangle, right, I mean, that left side of the triangle, put the word technique, right, where you're learning your technique, you're learning the aspects of your sport. That right side of that triangle, right, that's your physical side, your strength, your conditioning. You got to get in the weight room. You got to do the running. You got to do the conditioning. I think, though, the most important is the base of that triangle, right? And, I always put the word trust there, right, because with any relationship, friendship, marriage, sport, team, you to your coach is trust. Do you trust the coach for what they do? Do you trust the teammates for what they do? But most importantly, do you trust yourself and believe in yourself with all that you do? And in the middle of that triangle, you put the word time. Because how much time are you willing to put in to work your technique, to work your conditioning and strength, and even the time on the mental side of things, which you know better than anybody playing at a high level, how important the mental aspects of any sport and being a successful athlete is.
It definitely takes a toll on you, partner.
Now we're going to move you over here to mat number 1. Again, as we said, the tournament officials have decided, and wisely so, they're kind of running these semifinals similar to what they do in finals for many of our tournaments. They're running it by, a little leg cradle there, and going around. She got to keep that thing. I think she's going to get hit with an illegal move, and either that or potentially dangerous. I'm not sure. No, Tom, I'm not sure why he stopped that. Must have been potentially dangerous. I didn't see the signal there. But as you're looking at mat number 1, this is bout number 15, top half of the 115-pound bracket from Doylestown, Chippewa. That's Kayla Morishon, and her opponent from West Branch is Trista Swanson. And Morishon up 15-2 right now. Oh, she got a cradle in. Nice. She's not coming out of that. Nice and deep. Near leg was trapped. Slap of the mat, and Morishon will move on to the finals. Nice job. All right, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to have a nice one in the finals at 115, Teej. Kayla Morishon and Candace Spry. I know Spry was on our national team. Morishon's name sounds familiar to me. Can't swear that she went with us out to Fargo, but I definitely have seen her name out and about. Now, if you want to swing that back over to mat number 2, and again, both we're moving up to the 120-pound weight class. And the reason why, I can tell you, this young lady from Doylestown's been on our national team. This is Gabby Garton from Chippewa, her opponent from
you
Garfield.
You had a chance to see her last year, didn't you,
Yeah,
on the mat number 1 down there in the shot?
Absolutely, yep. State was down there. State, did she win that? Nice fireman's carry by Garton right off the bat. That's a high-level move for a young lady there, or any wrestler there. That fireman's carry, nice job. And lets her go, going right back on her feet. Again, her opponent from Garfield is Sifa Mulunda. Garton with that quick fireman's carry gave the escape, 2-1 our match score. 1:33 remaining here in the first period. And we'll swing and give you a little taste of mat number 1 here in just a moment. That's Jillian Patterson from Claymont, and her opponent is from Perry. That is Kara Yoho. And right now, again, that score, Claymont is on top. Patterson 2-0 right now. And again, Garton, I was looking over at mat number 1. Garton with the takedown, gets her takedown, and again gives the escape. 1 point, 4-2 our bout score. 1 minute into the first period. Tell you what, TJ, on your way in, did you happen to see the awards table? Did you see those awesome plaques? No? Oh, we're going to have to get a picture of that and get it up on our Facebook page. A custom-made plaque for the ladies, the champion, I believe Chris Kali Sr. from Wrestle One Tournaments. He also a profound, there he is, profound woodsman, if you will, woodworker there, and actually put those plaques together. They're beautiful. Definitely have to get some pictures. Garton has the Garfield wrestler on her back again. 3 points, takedown, 2 points, total of 5 there. Makes the score 9-2. 20 seconds remaining. Quickly right back in, getting her swipes by the official. I don't think she got 5 swipes that time. Nope, only got 3. So with that, she gets 2 more points. 11-2 as we're going to wrap up period number 1. We're going to swing this over to mat number 1. Our score 2-2. Oh, and then the young lady from Claymont, Patterson, brings it back. Yoho on her back. I don't know if she's going to come out of this one, T. Just pretty tight. Needs to move those hips out. Oh, and she does. Nice fight. Nice job by the wrestler from Perry. Yoho comes free. Now she got to get that arm off the top of the head. Let go of that head, young lady. She does. Back down to her base. Now let's build the base. 5-2. Our score 1 second. Boing, and that'll do it. The end of the first period. 5-2. Nice job. Great fight. I wasn't sure she was coming out of that, partner. Choice going to the Perry wrestler. Looks over at Coach Define. You can see Coach Gary Define there, the women's coach for Maslin Perry. And they are going to put her in the referee's position. She's going to go down. Remember, her job is to escape or create a reversal in the position. And Patterson needs to work on top, continuing doing what she was doing. And then Yoho, nicely done, gets to her feet. Legs not free yet, has to fight those back, get the hips away. Right now, might want to get those, going to pull that near leg. Might want to get her hands on the hips, break those hips back. Reach back, she could peel those hands. Again, that left hand around the stomach. I'd put those right on the thigh there. She's not going to get those hands in there, trying to break free. And she does, has the escape, 1.53. And boy, she's trying to go to something big here. And with that, Patterson, nice job, has come around. Official not. Then there's 2-point takedown. Patterson, 7-3. Period number 2, 1 minute, 21 seconds remaining. Half Nelson immediately goes in by Patterson. She's looking to score, and no, Yoho gets that outside leg to the mat, gets up, 1 point escape. Again, gets her down to the mat. Patterson underneath. Not in bad position. Yoho a little bit too high. Needs to get those hips back a little bit. Front headlock position might be wise. Again, reaching back for that back leg, trying to get position. But again, not much pressure there. Patterson underneath. Patterson working, trying to work that single leg. 45 seconds remaining, and Yoho breaks the hand free. But again, Patterson tenacious. She's going to keep that leg. Needs to step up right side, cut it to her right. And again, starts, but Yoho with the pressure. No points yet, 30 seconds. They want Yoho to spin, and she's going to do a 2-point takedown. Yoho, 7-6 our bout score, 20 seconds remaining in the second period. Patterson needs to build that base. There she does. Yoho on top, coming out in front a little bit, taking some pressure off those hips. Wants to keep the pressure, it appears, up on those head and shoulders there. Coming around, 5 seconds remaining in the period. And coming out in front, Patterson has a chance to score right here at the end. 2 seconds, 1 second, I think at least one. Oh, and the official is going to give 2 reversal. All right. And Coach Define asking maybe about a little bit of back points there. I thought maybe he'd ask about giving 1 instead of 2, but the official going to give the reversal right as the time runs out. Patterson looks over at her coaches, and coach says, hey, let's go down. Referee's position. She's up 9-6. Yoho on top. Yoho going underneath that right arm, trying to get that half Nelson in. Does not have the far wrist. Now she's up high again. Patterson, nice little knee slide, comes out. Oh, comes through, 2-point reversal. Patterson, 11-6, 1:35 remaining in the third period. The winner going on into the finals. Nice rake across on the half Nelson. Beautiful job by Patterson. Has it deep, goes near leg, and the official is going to start some swiping. There it is. Swipes are going. And there it is, the fall. Patterson from Claymont will advance to the finals. I think we saw her last night, didn't we, Teach?
Yes, we did.
And a 120-pound weight class. We're going to see Gabby Garton in the finals versus Jillian Patterson from Claymont. Moving up to the 125-pound weight class. Now, this is a weight class, Teach, that they went round robin. We only had 3 wrestlers, so trying to give these young ladies as much competition as we can. Wrestling now is Emma Shepard from Perry, and Emma, a freshman, had a great match last night. Came up just a bit on the short end with Alexa Lewis. They featured that as a feature match. One of the last women's matches last night was a very good match, but Lewis coming out on top for the Indians. Quick 2-point takedown for Shepard right away into a cross-face cradle, doing a nice job. She's going to get it locked up. Her opponent is Berkeley Craddock from Cloverleaf. Cradle is in, officials down. Where's that bottom knee? Wants to get that bottom knee in her side. Trying to fight the hands as our Cloverleaf wrestler does. Breaks the hands free, and she'll get back to her stomach. Nice job. Great fight by that young lady. Craddock doing a nice job peeling those hands, getting back through, but Shepard will pick up 3 more points, 5-0 our bout score, 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining in the first period. Again, as we move through round number 2, they are holding the matches, or holding the weight classes, if you will. That way will go to the 130-pound weight class as soon as this match is over here. Shepard again has that far arm brought across, little butcher move there. Doesn't get it. Craddock nicely to her base, gets that outside leg up. Oh, and the cradle again, far side cradle goes in. Shepard has it locked up. Let's see if she can bring it back for points. Steps up, nice. There it is. And bottom knee's in there, this time pretty tight. Officials down into position. Craddock working on the hands, and Shepard lets those hands break free, or Craddock broke them free, one or the other. 3 more. 8-0 our bout score, 15 seconds remaining in the first period. Our bopper coming around, going to end period number 1. And our Perry wrestler will take an 8-0 lead into period number 2. Whistle blows. On the flip, Shepard will have choice and doesn't even look over at coach over there. She just makes the decision. I'm going down. She knows what she wants. She's down in the referee's position. Craddock on top. Whistle blows up nicely. Inside leg stand up. Immediately goes to the hands. Nice job. Breaks them free. Cuts the gate. 1 point. 9-0. And we're actually talking about that Lewis-Shepard matchup, Teej. We're going to see that in round number 3. That'll be the last match for that weight class at 125. Alexis Lewis won her first match. Oh, 2-point takedown quickly into her back is Craddock. Shepard there. Lewis won her first match by fall in 54 seconds. 11-0 is our score. Shepard had the escape from the bottom position, and then it goes into the get a little 411 from our audience there. It said can't see the wrestlers, so we will get that zoomed in for you. Shepard 11-0, 57. Oh, and right again into that cradle, bottom knees in good position. Oh, there it is, the slap of the mat, and Emma Shepard gets a fall. Round number 2, and the finals there, both of them going in with a 1-0 record for round 3 when we get there. And the championship of that weight class, it'll be Emma Shepard, Alexa Lewis. And again, they wrestled last night. Lewis came on top. We'll see what today brings. New day, new results, right, Tej?
Gotta love it. I'll tell you what, it's a new day and it's a new opportunity for these young ladies to come out here, get better, and as we look at semifinal wrestling, you talked about that table, you see the podium over there, to be able to put some hardware, to be able to walk out of this gym, walk off of this campus with some hardware, and still understanding that there's a lot of wrestling to be had before we make our way down to the Schottenstein Center, March 9th, 10th, and 11th. That's a goal, that's a dream, that's an ambition for a lot of these ladies.
No, absolutely. You looking at mat number 1 right now, semifinals at 130-pound weight class, a Northwest wrestler. That's Andrea Roan. Her opponent is from Cloverleaf, and this is Kerrigan Baltic. So, the Colts versus the Indians. Out of bounds they go. 0-0 our bout score, 1 minute 20 seconds remaining here in the first period. Over on mat number 2 at the 130-pound weight class semifinal. From Tuslaw, we have Ashley Feather. Her opponent from Perry is Mia Lee. 0-0 our score there. I think we're up. TJ's got us over there. Love it. Feather down on the single leg. And we're going to watch that knee. Official, nice job. Athlete safety always first. And coming back to mat number 1 there, Roan has Baltic on her back, 2 points on the takedown, 3 points on the near fall. Wrist and half. Let's see if she rakes it across. Oh, she does. Nice rake right back onto her back. Officials right down into position. Swipes her there. This is tight, and the slap of the mat. And there we have it. Andrea Roan will move on into the finals at 130 pounds. Back over to mat number 2. And there it is, another slap. It's Mia Lee. So in the finals, it'll be Perry and Northwest. Mia Lee versus Andrea Roan for the championship, 130 pounds.
Boy, the action's flying quick here this morning, right, partner?
I'll tell you what, baby, it's moving. These ladies mean business. Well, moving on to the 135-pound weight class. Let's see what we're going to get here. That weight class actually only had 2 wrestlers in it, so they're going to save that match, which will determine our champion.
We're going to have another matchup here of Claymont and Perry, which we just saw about 5-10 minutes ago.
Absolutely. Right now, you're looking at Madison. Oh, correction. That is bout number 22 from... All right, if that's about 22, I got some wrong numbers here because that is not Howland and Chippewa. That is Perry and Claymont. All right, I stand corrected. This should be bout number 37. So this is the 135-pound weight class, and this is Chloe Gruber from Perry and Melody Parrish from Claymont. 4-2 our bout score, 1 minute 13 seconds. And they got me on the bout numbers on that one, boss.
Now, if I'm correct, Claymont just had a tournament that they hosted recently, right? Looking for the pin right there.
We have a pin. That would be Melody Parrish with the pin. And I do believe you're correct on that, Tej. Don't remember the date on that.
I think it was just about a week or 2 ago. I know. I don't know if it featured the ladies. I know Minerva was down there. It was maybe a week before Top Gun. Hunter Dietrich was able to go down there, a Minerva wrestler, one of Chad Hilliard's guys. He went 5-0 down at that tournament. Not sure. We'll have to find out if the ladies wrestled in that or not. But I believe we have a Carrollton Warrior out on the mat here. Trailing 4-0.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that, and we have the fall by our young lady from, is that Garfield, I think?
Yep.
And again, trying to match the bout numbers with the brackets here. I'm a little confused on some of the numbers here, but again, Carrollton and Garfield wrestler advancing there. That was bout number 31.
One of the girls I'll be looking to see how she's progressed since we saw her at Ironman, another one of those Carrollton wrestlers, Allborn. She showed, I believe, the only Carrollton wrestler lady to come up there for the Women of Ironman Wrestling Tournament. When you see a young freshman like her who's battling, gone through a tournament like that, progressed through the season to this point, she should come out here and be dominant in her class.
Now, definitely should have no concern about her opponent, where she's at, who she's wrestling. Again, every one of those tournaments, especially big ones like, Top Gun and, up at Akron North had a great year, too, of their tournament. Does nothing but build that confidence. All right, looking at bout number, it says number 23, but again, trying to watch these bout numbers and give us some correct wrestlers. At this point, I do know that is a Howland wrestler in the orange and black, wrestling on a Doylestown wrestler. So that being the case, this should be Madison Burns at the 140-pound weight class. Her opponent from Chippewa, Olivia Johnson. Hey, Chris. All right, TJ, got the answer. I was checking in with our correct shot Wrestle 1 team, and I guess there was a little bit of bracket change that happened. So I'm going to try to print us out a new bracket to kind of sync up our bout numbers.
While we have a second here, as you're kind of tightening up on some of those
sorry
numbers,
about
JB.
that, buddy.
No, you're good, man. I'm going to get you a couple of our great sponsors here at
Nice.
SMG Network. These productions on the SMG Network live streams brought to you in part by Walsh University, Leatherneck Nation MC, CH Vallis & Associates, Save22.vet, H&H Truck Parts, Cackley Insurance, LPL Financial, Lindsay's Pizza, McNeil & Sons Tree Service, Drive Mine Group, Lace & Dagger Tattoo Company, and Nathan's Patio. A little bit of information on some of those great partners as we kind of flip back and forth through the different mats here. My boy Jimmy B is locking in some info for us for the Fear the Spear tournament here on the campus of Northwest Local Schools here in the first annual that Art Kali has put together alongside athletic director Jason Hathaway. The gym has been rocking all weekend as we were here last night for the Friday night extravaganza. It's all about the ladies here today though, and our great partners appreciate that and love that, and that's why they back us when we talk about our good friends at the Eagles FOE 190. Check them out online at eagles190.com, or you can reach them at 330-833-8444. Check them out at 303 Wyrick Boulevard in downtown Massillon. All that they do in the community, donating over $170,000 last year to charities around Northeast Ohio. Check out eagles190.com and look into the Jimmy Kiefer Scholarship Fund, what you can do to help and give back and create opportunities for young ones in the community. And also, when you are looking for a banquet event center to host a wedding, host a party, whether it's a business type deal, whatever it may be, they have a event facility that can seat up to 400 people. So check out our good friends at the Eagles FOE 190 and McNeil & Sons Tree Service when you're looking to get those arbors trimmed around the property before they get too close to your home and auto. Call them at 330-606-1126. Ask for my boy Garrett. They're located in the Portage Lakes area, and they will leave your property in better shape than it was before. And today, when you're looking for some good chow, when we get out of here early, contact our good friends at Lindsay's Pizza, man. 330-477-3800 is the number to get them. You can go to lindsays.pizza.com, order online. Also, if you're looking for employment, he is always, John Lindsay, our guy, the man. He is always looking for good salad preps, pizza preps, anybody looking for a good job, quality place to work, clean environment, great friendly atmosphere. Contact John Lindsay at 477-3800. They're located in the Hillsdale Shopping Center, and he is my guy. They get it done with the chicken, pizza, salad, subs, calzones. Go to Lindsay's Pizza when you're looking for that meal this afternoon. And CH Vallis & Associates, when you're looking for insurance, financial service needs, go to chvallisinsurance.com. Call them at 330-494-2776 or visit them at 1302 South Main Street in North Canton, a staple in the North Canton community for over 75 years. Jim, one thing I noticed, I believe the young lady that we saw last year down at the state tournament, Jordan Palmer from North Canton, had a great run. I believe she was able to place down there. I want to say she hovered right around 5th or 6th as well. Maybe didn't. I'd have to check. Maybe she did. She might. I know she was in the top 8.
Right.
But we haven't seen really any other North Canton lady wrestlers kind of come to the top here and put themselves out at some tournaments. Not even sure if there's one on the roster this year.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not really sure where the Vikings are at that point. I know they had a few ladies, remember, at the preview. But great observation. I did not see them up at Akron North. You were down at Top Gun. You'd think they'd be down there. So, could be some injuries, could be numbers. Not really sure where it's at. But I'll tell you what, right here, buddy, there's our Hilscher Clark wrestler of the night wrestling right now on mat number 1. I think you got the camera on her. That's Kaylee Miller. And Miller with a commanding 12-0 lead. Her opponent from Canton South is Layla Patterson.
And you see the sleeve on the left leg of Kaylee Miller-Grimm. Kind of had a little bit of a limp as she walked back to the middle of the circle. Not sure if
that happened last night,
she's been kind of dealing with some different things. She had that sleeve on last night. Not sure if it's something that she brought into the season, her first season wrestling, but she's done a phenomenal job. She's got her work cut out for her here right now as she's dealing with this young lady from Canton South.
Well, I'll tell you what, you talk about different builds, different looks, right? The young lady from Canton South, much taller. Oh, full Nelson drops in. We're going to stop action there. A little bit taller than Miller Grimm, which brings on a little bit different technique at times. Excuse me.
Over here to the left, I know when we had looked through the sheet of who would be participating, what
I got
teams
the right
would
one,
be
brother.
in attendance. I know we were going to see Warren Howland, and we have a young lady out there from Howland right now taking on a Chippewa.
Absolutely, Teej. That's a 140-pound weight class. They are in a round robin, only 3 wrestlers in that weight class. Kayla Miller just has her and Miss Patterson in their weight class. But right now you see from Chippewa, Olivia Johnson, her opponent, as you said, from Howland, Madison Burns. Our bout score 19-8. And Burns with a commanding lead. Oh, nice job. Nice snap down. Comes right behind for the 2-point, 21-8. Again, needs 15-point differential. And back on mat number 1, looking over to my right there, Miller Grimm has, he's trying to do the old knuckle pressure on that inside shoulder to bring that down.
I think she might have brought that from rugby.
That could be.
That move, but I believe she's, I want to say, is she trailing here?
No, she's up.
She's the one leading 16-0. The other one over here, we got a 23-10 score. So a lot of points being scored here in the 140.
Right, and the reason, just talking about that 15, the reason why the official has not stopped at any time, even though you've reached that 15-point differential, if you're in a pinning situation, which they are in right now, Miller Grimm is permitted to stay there to possibly get that fall, because that does add bonus points in a tournament, and when you're focusing on team scores. And not sure, I didn't hear from Art, and I asked someone, they weren't sure either if we're going to have a team winner here. Not sure, just because of our numbers and the way our ladies sports are growing at this point. I know we did up at Akron North, and that'll do it. Time runs out. Finishing with a tech fall finish at 19-0 is Miss Miller Grimm. And again, 2 opponents there. So she's going to be the champion of the 145-pound weight class, looking over at 140 pounds. Again, another round robin, and I believe that was only the second match. So Miss Burns has one more to go against the wrestler from Cloverleaf, Kaylee Shepard. All right, 155-pound weight class is where we're going next, partner. And we have 5 wrestlers in that weight class, so we'll be able to have a 8-man full bracket wrestling over for Doylestown. Again, another young lady that's been on our national team, Isabella Adams, her opponent from Northwest, Brianna Wyatts. And over on mat number 2 from Norton, Laurel Ludwig, and her opponent from Northwest. They wrestled last night. In fact, I talked to Coach Stats a little bit. He said these young ladies have wrestled a couple times this season. Ariana Fowler. So we'll swing our camera over there, give you a look at Fowler and Ludwig.
You know, Jim, that's kind of an interesting concept. I think a lot of people don't understand when when you get a chance to see somebody in an individual sport multiple times throughout the year, whether it started at a tournament early, then it went to a duel, and then you circle back and see them again at another tournament, or you see them in sectionals or district, that to me is the interesting, let's talk about the psychological aspect of this sport and figuring out, because we know there's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser. How do you close the gap when you lost the previous one, or maybe you split those first 2 meetings, or maybe you lost those first 2 meetings? What do you take away from that? What do you study? What do you learn about yourself to be able to think and give yourself the confidence that I can come back and get it this time? I can overcome that.
Right. No, that's a great point. I'm going to give you 2 names from my past, right, because that happened to me continuously back in the day. Johnny Velamasis from Revere High School, Ricky DeCola from Hoban. 2 just outstanding state-placing wrestlers, top-notch. I must have wrestled Velamasis in a season because they were in the Suburban League with us at Norton, different tournaments, we went to, and maybe in a season I wrestled Johnny 5 times. Ricky, same type of thing. Again, I was nowhere in their level of wrestling, and I can tell you, again, you try to get yourself up. We had no such thing as a tech fall back in the day, so there were scores of 25-4, hard telling what it was, right? But it does. It really plays a mental game. If you split with them, you're in the match. If it's a close loss, and, for me, to be honest with you, what it was, I knew what kind of wrestlers they were. If I could close that gap, if you will, between one loss to the next, if you get a win, my gosh, cherry on top. But if not, and you close that gap, you're getting better. You're being successful. I think a good coach helps you to keep things in perspective, because you're right. You could run down a real rabbit hole you don't want to be on and down to take you into the end of the season. Again, end of period number 1 over on mat number 2. 0-0 is our score. Nice job. Ludwig gets choice, and she's going to go into referee's position. She's going to go down. And these 2 young ladies, again, have met each other quite a few times this season. I'm not sure if Danny said that Laurel had won all of the matches, or they split, kind of what you talked a little bit about. I know last night Laurel did get the victory, and right away up to her feet. Nice job on the hands, man. Open up that gate, cut the hips through real quick, and they're on their feet. 1-0 our bout score. Mat number 1, 9-2 is our score over there. Young lady from Doylestown, Isabella Adams, in control.
Jim, I think the one thing I took away when we went up there and got in the room for, starting season 2, and, for everybody out there listening, we want to give a special shout out and hello to everyone streaming us live on the SMG Network. The SMG Network live streams powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric Company. Good morning. A salute as we get ready to roll into the noon hour. But everybody kind of waking up Saturday morning, kind of feels like Saturday morning at Wimbledon, right? You ever do that? I know you did that in the past, man. My parents did that. You wake up Saturday morning, make a nice breakfast, watch Wimbledon, across the pond. Here, we're just we're across the canal.
We got our coffee and our bagel.
We got our coffee. We got all that. We're across the canal, and we're kind of rolling in Saturday morning. Some great wrestling girls action. But when we had a chance to go in the room, and we will be back. Everybody listening know that we will be back with more in the room episodes with Jimmy B when we get a chance to catch up with our guy, Coach Noggle, over there at Central Catholic, and when we went into the room with Coach Stats, and we had a chance to see this young lady right here getting her hand raised.
Yes, she
knowing
is.
that she was the only one on that team, only lady wrestler.
Yep, first one.
There was a quiet confidence, so to say, about her. You were able to pull out some good questions for her, or some good answers from her, from your questions, but you could tell there was a quiet confidence, and I think you kind of talked to her a little bit about that as we looked at some of those other great wrestlers that she was alongside in there to say, hey, you know what? You're doing something. You're the first to do this. I know you have pride in that Norton program as you came from there. And,
I do.
Yep. So that for me to see how she's grown and developed, it's been pretty impressive, because we got a chance to see her before this whole deal got started in 2023-24.
No, absolutely. Before it even walked on the mat, we hit that one very early on before season started, and you're spot on. We had a chance to talk to a couple of the young men on the team, a freshman, and one of the seniors, one of the team leaders over there, one of the Tomsic boys that are wrestling over there for Dan. But you're right, Laurel just had this, this quiet confidence. Wasn't afraid of the questions. Knew what she wanted to do. Had her goals set. And I'll tell you what, I know Coach Stats. He told me after the interview that definitely she has her sights set on the shot, so we'll see if that happens. And again, you saw the winner finishing up over at the 155. Laurel's going to take on Isabella Adams. Again, as I said, Adams has been a member of our USA national team, been around the sport for a few years. And that's the other thing, Tej, really is our, fans are listening out there, grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles, if you have any influence on these young ladies as you talk to them, what's next? How can we get better come springtime? Talk about freestyle, talk about Greco, because women are going to be going to the Greco technique here very soon, and it's awesome. I've had the opportunity, a real blessing, to be the women's team leader for our national team for many years now, and it's great to watch that team grow. The numbers grow every single year, and on this year is going to be no different.
Oh, here comes our guy we asked last night about Josh Kali, man. Speedy recovery, brother. And our new buddy, Mrs. Jackie Gressack.
I overheard
new Facebook and Twitter follower from her, and she's doing a great job here with the Northwest girls.
Well, I'm a little Stark Media exclusive. I kind of overheard her talking to Chris Kali Jr. asking for employment, if you will, with Wrestle One. So she wants to be part. She says, I want to work and put together tournaments.
Jim, we talked about Isabella Adams, the Chippewa. Another kind of relation here to going back to Ironman. And you and I both know this as we'll call it the elite best of the best tournament probably in the country, year in and year out, right? That's what's kind of been built there, let's call it, since the early 90s. This thing it's known as number one. It's where the best of the best go to kind of put it all out there, see what happens. You get state champions in certain states that come there, and they can barely crack the top 5, right?
Right.
And Isabella Adams, when I saw her and some of those other ladies down there at Rico Fieldhouse, she wasn't happy with some of the results, but she was going against top, high-end, elite competition. To see her get that victory there, that kind of shows me she's growing as well. And one thing that I will say, not having as deep of an experience and knowledge of this sport like you do, I think what most people have seen, and we had, I believe it was Gary Define who got on last night and said, there's a section of the wrestling community out there that has not fully accepted women's wrestling yet, right? To see the product come out in the first year, when you were there, Matt Side, on the state championships, calling that with Chris Kali, it's not a sloppy product. It's a refined, well drawn out thought product from these ladies. To me, that shows where it's at and what it needs to be. Because when you roll something out in the first year, you're going to have some hiccups, right?
Right.
I didn't see any of those. I've seen girls that have come out here, respect the sport, understand it, learning it, and going out there and masterfully competing in it.
No, their level of technique this early on, is
kind of
really
mind-blowing to me. Is it to you?
No, it's amazing with the numbers. Like I said, I've always seen our freestyle ladies, as part of it, a little bit different technique. But to see year one at the shot with the level of technique and the tenacity, the veracity of some of these young ladies on that mat, no, you're spot on. But then again, you got to remember, right? I mean, Ohio, especially Northeast Ohio, highly respected throughout the nation as some of the best wrestling in the country. Right now, you're looking at mat number one. This is a 170-pound weight class. Wrestling for Carrollton is Kaylee DeLauder, and her opponent right here from Northwest High School, Sophia McKinney. We got a good one going. It's 4-1 is our score. And, the official with the hand, he's going to signal stalling. McKinney is up 4-1 right now. I'll go back to the center. We're into period number 2, 1 minute remaining. Well, and the exciting thing, Tej, what you're talking about too, is to watch this, grow and, to be alongside, as I know SMG Network's going to do, to watch this grow. Just in the numbers of each of the programs, the quality of the young ladies we see on the mat, and I'm excited to see how many of these young ladies will take it to the next level into the college ranks, where, again, we talked about it earlier in the show, where there are college scholarships available in college women's wrestling. And we talked about Clay Winger. I've been looking around. I don't see Clay here yet. I know he was supposed to be our guest presenter for the awards here this afternoon, so I don't know if something happened up that we may not see Coach Winger, but we shall see. Oh, and now on her back, she is deep, and the slap of the mat. And moving on into the finals from Carrollton, Kaylee DeLauder. Nice job 4-3 was the bout score before that turn and the slap. Hand goes up, and Kaylee will move into the finals. Did not see on the mat number 2 who her opponent's going to be, but we'll get you caught up when the time comes.
Just got myself a little dap from my girl Allborn back there. She was walking by. I know she's proud of her Carrollton Warriors out here, and she's going to be getting ready to step out there and compete. She is, I believe she's taking mat 2.
Yep, you're right. 190 is the weight class, and camera right now is focused on mat 1. This from Northwest is Morgan Holling, and her opponent from West Branch is Jocelyn Brink. And going right with what you said, Tej, over on mat number.
Quickly right here.
Right into the head and arm. You know, and again, I was kind of teasing Coach Stats, you know, because I saw Laurel, hit that head and arm last night, and I said, hey, let's not make that head and arm bread and butter. And he kind of smiled. And I said, nah, dude, we understand the head and arm, especially with young wrestlers. We've seen it a lot during our youth years. It's a pretty safe move. And once you think that's it, the key is you don't want to make that the only tool in your toolbox.
Jimmy B, we're going to have to check here for the first annual Fear the Spear Wrestling Tournament. That may be a record. 23 seconds, quickest pin. We're going to start setting records here. We got to keep track of that.
Yep, could be.
23 seconds into the first, that young lady from West Branch just handled her business quickly.
Well, you know what the beauty of this, Tej, is with our technology here, we can actually go right into the pins and see who that'll be. So we're going to report on that here for you. But you're absolutely right. So looking at bout number 29, again, they waited for that. Looks like they're going to keep things kind of, at a good pace. This will be.
Yeah, Allborn from Carrollton.
And right away, she's in very physically up on the head, goes down, drops to her knees, trying to work on those legs a little bit. Her opponent from Massillon, Washington, we saw her here last night. That was Katie Bolin, and 2-point takedown for Allborn. And they go out of bounds, come back to the center. Referee's position. Bolin will be down, and Allborn on top.
And update me here again. Look at our guys. They call him Superman on Twitter. Josh Kalai. We talked about him last night. He suffered this right in the room working. Somebody fell into the back and blew everything, right?
Yeah, in the practice room. Man. Didn't see it coming. Got blindsided on the backside. Took out the ACL, MCL. And he's had surgery before. They're obviously a prolific high school, college wrestler. He knows what it's all about, but he said, Jimmy said this and here's taking a little bit longer than the others.
Jim, the young lady from Carrollton who just got the victory, I want to say we'll rewind that one back. Was that last name?
Kaylee DeLauder.
Kaylee DeLauder. Yeah, good, impressive victory for her.
Absolutely. Now, quick pin, as you pointed out. We will try to find out what the fastest pin is so far here in the tournament. We can look that up on the computer. But I'll tell you what, Allborn doing a nice job. Has a half Nelson in, good chest pressure there. She's trying to get Bolin over, does so. Swipes have been given. We have a minimum of 3 coming out of this. I'm not sure that the young lady from Mass. Oh, and there it is. The slap of the mat. And the victory as Riley Allborn will move into the finals at 190 pounds.
Well, and again, I know we've talked about the Ironman tournament here, and it's not because we don't have our guy John Lowry, the Walsh Jesuit legend, with us today, or even the other Walsh Jesuit legend, Sonny Marchetti. Want to give a special shout out to all of our boys out there, Jamie Fosnight, Tim Arnold, the whole crew, Rick Wright, everybody who gets it done for us here. You, Jimmy B, our good friends at Wrestle One Tournaments. But you look at Allborn and the young lady she just wrestled for Massillon. Those are 2 of the wrestlers that wrestled there at Ironman. We saw a lot of the Chips. We saw those 2 that just squared off right there. And, so you just have to get a feeling of they are more seasoned. They've seen some more high-end competition. And Allborn, just a freshman, for her to go out there and handle that young lady from Massillon like that in the first period, that's telling me a lot about where the young freshman's at. I mean, she's primed and ready, and you just kind of maybe you look at the big picture, you look down the road, and we think about what Elena Williams did from Minerva, how she was able to run through 4 years of not being beat, and how great of a story was it last year that the only girl that ever beat her going back to 7th grade was the girl that she squared off in that heavyweight match on mat 1 that you called it. She remembered that. Dude, she said, only person ever got me from 7th grade.
You're amazing.
She didn't forget, and she got her redemption.
Yes, she did.
4-time state champ. undefeated. I think that Auburn has got to start to, look at someone like that. Hey, right down the street, right? Right, you
Backyard,
baby. You make it to Crossroads Pizza, and you're just right around the corner from Minerva. She's got someone to look up to. She's got someone that has set the bar high. I know that Auburn has high expectations for herself.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, you're seeing the mats are clear right now. Again, we're going to kind of probably Art Kali, we're going to take a little bit of a break there, Mr. Kali, before we hit the consies.
No, we're going to do consies. We got a little computer problem.
Okay.
So we're going to do consolations and semis on one match for right now.
All right, sounds good. All right, you have it from the head coach right here at Northwest. We're going to keep all of our consolation bouts. Not a lot of consolation bouts, but they're going to be held on mat number 1 as we get ready for our finals. Some of the weight classes, Tej, have already have the finals set up, first, second, third, fourth. Of course, we have some round-robin weight classes. And, again, you know what? We are definitely going to get on Mr. Winger. I'm going to tell you right now, that dude better be out of bed. I better have a good reason why he's not here with us this afternoon, because he's missing out from some potential recruits, buddy.
Well, you know what? I think maybe he had a little practice. He had to get in the room, right? Put him through the paces. And, hey, how about let's talk a little – hey, speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil.
How about let's talk about the state of Mount Union Wrestling with Coach Ryan Riggs. I mean, we see him putting a lot of stuff out there on social media. I know a belated happy birthday to Dries Sparkman. I believe
happy birthday, Dries.
Just celebrated it last week. He's having a great year. What do we need to know about not only what the women are doing there, but what the guys are doing? I mean, that's a heck of a coach they have. Also, you look at one of their alumni, one of the legends, Ray.
Oh, yes.
I believe he just celebrated his birthday recently as well.
Yes, he did. World champion.
You can never have enough great people in your room, and I know Coach Ryan Riggs has a bunch of them.
And I'll tell you what, what's so exciting about those names and that you're giving? It's right here in Stark County. I mean, I look at Ryan's lineup. He does a great job to recruit locally, keeps those athletes local right around town, which is great because then mom and dad, grandma and grandpa, if they're in the area, they can get over there and watch a live match. But again, if they can't get there, you know where to go, SMG Network, because we're going to bring it to you live. Did not get a chance, this year. I know we've told Ryan we'd like to get on and give, do a broadcast with him. We'll get there. TJ's doing a great job, a little bit of reformatting of the organization, and things are growing, things are happening, and it's been an exciting year. I tell you what, we branched out on a couple new things, right? We were at an MMA event. Yep. I believe Wednesday we're going to have our first adaptive sports broadcast. We're going to be doing.
Have we got clarification?
We have got clarification.
Wednesday night?
It's Wednesday night, 31st. It's senior night over at Jackson High School. Not sure who their opponent is, but I'm telling you what, folks. I know you're here watching wrestling. If you get a chance Wednesday night, please tune in. Adaptive sports. Our disabled athletes. Man, I'm going to tell you what. I've been doing some PA work over there for them for the last 3-4 years, and it is the most enriching, heartwarming, humbling thing that you'll ever watch. It's so exciting.
If I'm correct, I believe they have a doubleheader today. They will be taking on Boardman and another school. That's the Jackson Wheelchair Adaptive Team. Again, you mentioned having a great year. We're going to get a chance to get out there, see them, cover that on Wednesday. A lot of different things that we're doing, and we'll keep everybody updated on our social media platforms. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, our YouTube channel. Go to the website, smgnetwork.tkdssports.com, and also at Stark Media Team on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, SMG Network 1. Give us a follow, like, share, subscribe, pass the word along. And, Jim, let's just talk about what the people are seeing here right now on the screen. This is Josh Kali, this is Jackie Gressack, and this is the young lady from Massillon. So kind of tell people how this thing has gone with women's programs. Not everybody has a full lineup. You've got one over here at Massillon who maybe she has to come and work over here at Northwest, or you get a Tuslaw girl that comes over here and works. And what I see through the camera right now is
what it's all about.
I don't know if the word unselfish is correct, but it's the pride in the sport to say, you know what, you may not wear the same colors as me, but we believe in wrestling. We believe in women's wrestling. So we're here, and look at Josh Kali coaching up that young lady from Massillon. That is, Jim, what you just said is what it's all about.
No, absolutely.
Giving back what you know.
You know what, and I know we were going to try, and I hope we get Mr. Hathaway on here, the athletic director. We had a chance to talk with him a little bit, and it really resonated. You know what we do here at SMG Network, Wrestle One, all of our coaches and so forth. It's for the kids. It's for that next generation. It's for to give, impart that knowledge, whether it be be in our sport, whether it be about life. But again, and the cool thing, I'm talking with Art a little bit, this young lady, they called down to OSHAA. They got permission that because she doesn't have any other, women over at Massillon, she actually comes up here and will practice with the girls at Northwest.
There has to be clearance for that, right?
You have to give a call. Yeah.
Okay, because you're enrolled essentially at
Correct.
another school.
Yes.
To be able to go in somebody else's campus and get in. Okay.
Right.
And hey, you go through those processes and you do that extra legwork because of how much you care for your sport, right?
Your sport, and again, for young people.
Yep.
Right? I mean, to give them the opportunity, the right opportunity. You talked early on, Tej, I'll give you a little story, talked early on about, the coaches not accepting women's wrestling. Back when I was head coach over at Norton High School, I know that I had a couple young ladies that wanted to go out for our middle school team. And
hey, what a transition as you talk about coaching Norton High School, and you got Norton coach right there, Dan Stats, but not to cut you off, partner.
No,
that's like Legends Landing over there, right?
Hey, I'll tell you what, as you know, I had the chance to coach Dan Stats to a state title. I was sitting in his corner.
What a feeling that must have been.
Dude, you can't,
1989, correct?
Yep, 88 or 89. I'll tell you the tough thing, real quick story, we got back from the state tournament, had a chance, coach my first state champ. I'm all excited. And that weekend, sadly, my grandpa passed, but he was watching. I know he was. He was there with me. Love him to death. See him again someday. But, yeah, anyhow, so, going back to, women's wrestling and what you talked about, the acceptance, I knew at the time, and many, many times back in the day, women did it, the girls were kind of jumping on, I'm not sure it was for the right reasons, right? And maybe it was, and I was just an ignorant young coach, which I know that I was that too. But I called both the moms and I explained to them some of the names of our moves, some of the ways that they're, wrestling against the boys, because it wasn't the way it is today, and as I got back into youth wrestling over at Jackson, we didn't have many girls come out for youth wrestling. I struggled. I'll be honest with you. Full disclosure, man. I struggle with that. The girls wrestling the boys. I understand why it was, because we didn't have what we have today. What has been happening here in our state, and I'm so glad it is. And it's changed my perspective and the way it should be with our women wrestling the women. I know in the day, the best they could do is wrestle what was there. That was the boys. I don't know that it helped either that much. I get it. I know that there'll be people that completely disagree with me. I totally understand it. Just my feeling at the time, but I'm so happy to see where it is. And again, so happy that you've made the commitment to make sure SMG Network promotes and enhances women's wrestling.
Wait, drinking the Kool-Aid is now called commitment? Because I like it, man. I don't know what flavor it is. I was kind of a fruit punch guy. I like the orange flavor, but I'll tell you what, whatever it may be, man, consider me that dude that busts through the wall. What's the Kool-Aid guy say?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's me, man. I'm all about it.
No, absolutely. Well, again, looking around the arena here, the gymnasium, as we're waiting to get the next round started. Again, we found out a little technical difficulty on mat number 2. But again, we only have a few matches in the consolation, which will then set us right up for the finals. Of course, I'm believing the gray mat will be first and second. The red mat will be third and fourth. We'll do our very best to give you all that action. I'd like to get Coach Winger over here. But there he is. Oh, I'll tell you what, we actually have 2 headsets. Why don't we see if you can get Coach Winger and Coach Mr. Hathaway on at the same time? They're down there talking to each other over here in the corner. You think you can wrestle that up?
I have a couple wrestling moves. My good friend Ryan Horner, which we may have one of our new good sponsors coming on, Advanced Industrial Roofing. Okay. He was teaching me the ankle pick the other night.
Was he?
So do you think maybe I could
You're
blast?
A pretty tall guy for that ankle pick.
Hathaway's a tall guy too. Yeah. I could maybe shoot in on the blast double on him.
Right.
Work the ankle pick on the backside on Wenger. He might be a little heavy for that, but I might be able to take him down. Yeah. I might be able to
Don't tie up with him. I'm gonna tell you right now.
2-for-1 special.
I'll tell you what, if that happens, ladies and gentlemen, there will be visual footage. There will be camera taking place to get all that live action.
I can tell you my specialty is the fireman's carry, so I can still scoop with the best of them. Was out at with our good friends, some of the Navy SEAL operators, some of the great people that serve our country.
Oh, amen.
And as I kind of segue into that story, we do want to make mention of our great friends and partners at the Leatherneck Nation MC, Save22.vet, the SAM Center. Had a chance to check out the beautiful new SAM Center operation right here in Canal, Fulton. They are giving out, Jim, every first and third Friday of the month, over 7,000 pounds of food to veteran families in need. They have their operation out of Massillon, in downtown Massillon, but also here now, the new facility in Canal, Fulton. Make sure, if you can, get behind serving area military. That's Brian Bowman, all that he does for veterans, his father Dave Bowman, Lucia, all of the people there at the Sam Center, big supporters of Walsh University, as Walsh University are big supporters of ours, and our great friends at the Leatherneck Nation MC and Save22.vet, they get behind our mission and our objective as well. So we love you guys. We thank you guys not only for the support, but for serving our country. And I say that on the backside of recently, back over the summer, I had a chance to work with some Navy SEAL operators over at Glenmore Country Club as they were raising funds for some of these families, some of the ladies, some of the men who have lost their loved ones in combat, in battle, and raising funds through golfing with them over at this charitable outing at Glenmore. I got a chance to kind of learn and see some different things and how we all kind of take and look at this sport. Well, one of the guys, said, hey, you look like you haven't worked out in a while. Your legs might be getting a little small, And I said, well, here, let me show you this old fireman's carrying. I scooped in there, put him up on my back.
Wait, on the golf course?
Still had the golf shoes on.
Oh, my God.
And I have photo evidence of it, too.
Okay.
Old boy Rick James still got it. All right, man. I'm going to do the rustle up for you.
You're going to rustle up? All right. I love it. Well, TJ's going to drop the headset here for a moment. He's going to try to see if we can get Mr. Hathaway and Mr. Winger here on with us. Get a little bit of 411 about Mount Union women's wrestling, as well as all the great work that is happening here at Northwest Local Schools through our athletic department. Again, we're on a delay just for the fact that, again, remember, we have something we call go time. Go time is basically when the wrestlers are allowed to go into their next match. It must be 30 minutes. That's directed through the state of Ohio regulations. So once a wrestler comes off the mat, they must have 30 minutes to have a little bit of a breather before they go into their next match. And looking over at mat number 2, looks like they've got that all taken care of. I see the lovely Mrs. Talarchik is over on mat number 2. Looks like she's going to take over computer duties. So
hey, live from the Rustler Steakhouse right here, man. We rustled them up.
You did? You got them?
Sure did, man. I'll tell you what.
Oh my gosh, I am excited.
Woohoo!
Are you sure?
Oh, absolutely. All right. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, so special. T, why don't you swing that camera around? Show these pretty mugs that we got with us. Ladies and gentlemen, right now with us, we are so honored to have with us the girls head coach from the Mount Union Purple Raiders. First year, first coach to walk into that program, Mr. Clay Winger, leaving the awesome Wadsworth Grizzlies. Great job he did there. And, of course, Mr. Hathaway, our athletic director right here at Northwest High School. Gentlemen, thank you for taking time. I've seen you guys over there talking. You're probably upset like, Jimmy, what the heck? We're trying to get together. I'm like, go get those guys.
They were plotting over there. And I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the ratings right now as I get these beautiful guys on here. They're going through the roof.
Oh, my gosh. I love it.
The Nelson report is skyrocketing right now, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
The advertising revenue is coming in, and we're giving it right back to Northwest Indians, man. Hey, Mr. Hathaway, what you do here for the student athletes and what Art Kali has put together here for the first annual Fear the Spear tournament, what you guys did last night with the Friday night wrestling extravaganza. Wrestling is alive and well here in Stark County, isn't it?
Oh, it sure is, and just really glad to have Clay, and congratulations to Clay. My alma mater, the Purple Raiders, too, so we're looking for big things from Clay first. I want to get that out. Second of all, thanks for having me on, guys. I'm telling you, I truly believe that maybe one of the most important sports for our young people today is wrestling, and obviously the girls is really going to grow, and it's going to be really important to our young ladies. And I do think it's going to counter and create more growth with our young men. I mean, I truly believe this is the most important sport in high school athletics right now because it's hard, it's disciplined, and it's just one of the hardest sports. I mean, we need our kids to be exposed, and I really want the state to put high school wrestling in a position where it can grow. That atmosphere last night was borderline electric, just like all four of us when we were young. There's got to be a way that we can grow this sport, you guys. And,
Well, I'll tell you what, you mentioned last night, and again, Mr. Hathaway, the athletic director from Northwest, Clay Winger from Mount Union, Purple Raiders women's head coach with us here right now. Coach, Connor Satterfield, through what the work of our football networking, saw Connor, called a lot of the Northwest games play-by-play. We'd have our Wednesday show, and there were times I'd just say, guys, let me say one name. But then to see him on the I'm getting goosebumps talking. I just think he's a senior, and I talked to Art. I said, Art, could you imagine, again, what you're saying about how important this sport is? If he would have been as a freshman, where his football game would have been, and where he possibly, not saying where he can't be this year, in the senior year, 1 year we know, but where he would be if he had come out for wrestling as a freshman. What an athlete.
Absolutely, Jim. And Clay can jump in too, because he's involved with all the sexes over the years in wrestling and other sports too. And you jump in at any time, Coach. But, I think that Connor realized that maybe he probably should have stuck with it at when he was young, and it would have just helped. What's better for your hips? What's better for your core? What's better for your discipline in life? Forget sports. Just the idea of 5, 10, 15 years from now, even if you're lucky enough to be that 0.1%, Jim, as a pro, how long is it going to last? You know what I mean? And TJ knows. He knows, because he was a hell of a player.
That's absolutely.
It lasted about as long as this cup of coffee for me in the NFL. About long enough to get the shorts and the shirt, cash the check, and see you later,
And look what it's done for you for life.
Yep, no doubt. Teaches you those skills.
Does. The connection of football and wrestling too is just it's so great, and just to see how those work together. But like everyone's saying, just the discipline and the hard work, and the defeat, having to, you get defeated in wrestling, and you have to, 45 minutes later bounce back, and nothing's really like that. No other sport, football, you have a week to rebound, but being able to adjust that quick on the fly, like you guys are saying, that helps you in life, right? We get knocked down.
And to piggyback off that, wrestling, to me, there's two sports to me that are like life: baseball and wrestling, because you're kind of out on an island by yourself, yet you're on a team. And all the good wrestling programs, in my opinion, you forgot more than I know about wrestling, but I love it. And I know it, but you got to have a good team atmosphere, but it's both, man.
It is.
Like life.
It is. Yeah, and it's tough to be out there by yourself and maybe get beat or be in a tough situation, but, those lessons that are taught through those moments are so great, and that's what I think we all love to see as wrestling people, and seeing these kids, show that in their life is awesome. So that's what I love
from defeat.
About it.
That's a great point too.
Yeah.
Individually and with your peers, even though it was just you, bouncing back, man.
It's tough.
I just
Well, and I'll tell you what was so exciting about last night was, and Coach Stats over there at Norton, his young lady was telling us afterwards, she's their inaugural Panther, right? First Panther lady Panther to wrestle. And she said when she joined the Northwest team, they haven't got the experience of having teammates on the side cheering for you,
yes.
Egging you on. And she said, she come off, Dan said, with just a big smile and kind of, Coach, she goes, that was so cool having everybody cheering for me, my team.
Awesome.
No, it was great. Clay, if I can, kind of ask you too. My goodness, you've seen it at all levels. Now again, at the, you were wrestled in college, but now I coach at the college level. Inaugural, season there, trying to get that program underway. Just speak to that a little bit. How do you start a program? Basically from scratch, man. We've seen you out and about. I see you talking to a lot of folks. So kind of share with our viewers, how do you start a program, from day one?
Yeah, it's tough, but. I'm just so grateful to be at Mount and be in this position, and I'm thankful for Coach Riggs to bring me on with him and give me this opportunity, and the whole University of Mount Union. Just the support from the president to the AD and down is unbelievable, and we know they love their athletics and they fully support it. So just the backing of the university makes you feel good, and when I'm out and about, I feel good. I'm proud to wear the Raiders, and be a part of that. And it is tough, but it's so much fun, and just to see the women's wrestling growing so fast, and meeting the coaches and the girls, and being here today with you guys, it's everything I wanted as a career and where I'm at. But, I'm excited to put this team together and build this program. And, again, it's a lot of support, a lot of people behind me, and high school coaches and ADs that, are helping me get these connections and getting to these girls. It's huge. So I'm excited to lead the way, but I'm so grateful for the people with me, in the journey.
So year one is laying that foundation, obviously. So there's no women at this point that's wearing a Purple Raider singlet, if you will. It's your job this year, laying that foundation, getting out. You're constantly talking to athletes, constantly talking to parents to bring in, those ladies. I'm just curious, you probably can't say, but do you have that first recruit ready to go?
Yeah, we got a couple commits. Yeah,
nice.
So that's it.
Congratulations, brother.
Yep, that's exciting, and we're really excited about it.
Can't tell us, can you? No Start Media exclusive?
Can't tell you.
Damn it. I tried, TJ. I tried, brother.
Yeah.
You're supposed to tell me to hit the mute button before you ask that question.
You know what? I'm new at this, man.
One of the
Learning.
cool things I saw, Clay, was when we saw you over there at Ironman, and you were talking, because I know there's rules. You can't talk directly to the athlete, but you can conversate with the parent.
Yeah.
And I saw you talking to one of the ladies. I think you can probably testify to this. We know what Alliance does around here. We know what Northwest has done. We see what Perry's trying to build, full lineup of ladies wrestling. But the Olentangy Orange program, Coach Vanessa, Coach Dom Sabato, I saw you talking to one of the young ladies' parents, and I'm thinking, you know what? Do you call it genius, right? Where else would you go to recruit than maybe the most elite wrestling tournament in the country? And Clay's working the room down there in Rico Fieldhouse talking to the parents saying, if I'm going to build a roster, I'm going to start it right here, right?
He's a Mount guy. He's smart, TJ. Sorry. I mean, gets it.
Yeah, I just try to get everywhere, and I've been down to Columbus, and, in those programs, just what a great job they've done. They've kind of led the way, Harrison and, Orange and all the Olentangys. They have a lot of girls, and, what a great thing they've done. And now it's making its way up here, and, Northwest, what Coach Art has put together here, and Perry, like you said, how exciting, and it's really cool. So I'm just grateful to be a part of it.
We put out some stuff on social media, Hath, and you guys do a phenomenal job here promoting your student athletes. Appreciate you guys always tagging us and keeping us involved with those things on social media. But I put something out there for Clay and the Mount Union program, and as I'm over there at Top Gun calling the action with the guys, I'm thinking, okay, this is just a little quick walk down the street there. Get on Glam Morgan. You'll be right there at Alliance City Schools. And you talk about the Alliance program and what's been built over there, Coach Dane. And, I mean, was it not electric when Adeline Mosden was Scarborough puts his hand down on the mat, and all of a sudden the place goes nuts, And even going back to the first lady who won it for Alliance there, I think Jim says it best. The girls stole the show over there.
Yeah, he does an amazing job, and he's so highly involved in the freestyle world as well as Coach Art is. So, just how much he promotes and just his energy. What a good guy he is, too. And those girls want to wrestle for him, and you can see that, when they're out there. But that's a lot. All these coaches, even here today, the athletes, want to do well for their coach, and that gives the coach, shows how much the coach cares, and they do a great job.
Again, you're joining us live here at the SMG Network live presentation of Fear the Spear right here at Northwest High School, powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric. Well, Clay, don't forget now, right? You have a little insight on the women's team leader of our Ohio team, and I know that guy's got some databases that go back a little bit. I mean, just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. Women's Mount Union T-shirt might get you 2 years with it. No, I'm just kidding.
I got
Not really.
We love T-shirts here.
I got some. I got some. I'll take care of you guys.
Hey, Mr. Hathaway, as we sit here and we talk about building a program, talk about what you guys are building here at Northwest when it comes to your sports programs, a new facility, right? And that ultimately opens up more room on the backside of campus by outside of the stadium. Beautiful new press box. Great. Love the stadium over there. It was a small wrestling room. Now these guys are going to open it up, have the full area, new weight room, whole facility being built. Talk about what you guys are doing.
It's a game changer. I mean, we feel like we do a lot of good things with little, but the new facility, now we're not sure exactly, what it's going to be exactly due to finances or where it's going to be, but we're pretty sure 99% it's going to be right outside the gym or connected to the gym. But it's going to be, definitely a state-of-the-art weight room is for sure. That's 100% for sure, which with our young strength coach, Coach Brian Jones, who's phenomenal, won the decathlon in the MAC, and we're blessed to have Brian, all-state quarterback. And, I mean, Brian's a scratch golfer. He's going to be leading he's unbelievable.
He sounds like a quarterback already.
I mean, but again, decathlon athlete, loves the kids. He'll be driving our strength and conditioning, and this facility is I don't know what the new wrestling room is going to look like exactly, so I don't want to promise what exactly it's going to look like, but it's going to be good. I mean, and it's going to be attached to the building, which allows us to. The vision is not only to just impact our athletes, but the vision is to impact all the students.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, you get the guys and the girls working out in there together under good supervision. Maybe the young person that doesn't have the advantages of maybe the stud athletes, that doesn't understand nutrition or health. It's going to impact that girl, and then she's showing up at the football game. And then, our stud senior football player or volleyball players, hey, Johnny, hey, Susie, freshman, you guys are looking good, man. And then one thing leads to another. I mean, this is beyond sports, what we're doing here.
Brings the kids together.
It really does.
And the community, right?
Yeah.
The
Community,
whole
school
Canal
spirit.
I mean, the schools you guys have right now, just second to none. Everything on campus. I love how they've switched that concept.
Right.
We're not scattered about. I get it,
Correct.
but it's nice to see everything right here in-house, and we come right where it needs to be.
I'm really excited about it because it's really with the new wrestling room. It's going to allow us to really, really show the kids that we mean business. And, I'd like to, and Art would love to give a shout out to people like Sean Lazarus and, Josh Kalai and Travis Stroh and Zach Meisner, who are starting to work. I mean, come on, man. Who's lucky enough to have they're not only good coaches. I mean, to me, what's most important is we've got good role models in front of our kids.
Got me over here getting nervous. You start saying Sean Lazarus, I start thinking about defensive tackle nightmares. In the back of my
Buckeye
head,
versus
man.
Michigan.
I know. Still celebrating that national championship.
It's amazing. It doesn't matter what sport, we somehow twist
It comes back.
Listen, we used to watch films, and it was circling number 97. Like, we better find a way to take care of that dude. When I'm shaking his hand last night, Jim, and he's over here saying, I don't know if we're going to be able, I don't know if I'd be able to play in this day and age. I'm like, dude, you could line up right now, Lazarus.
You're watching, folks. Here we're in our consolation side of things. This is weight class 115 pounds, wrestling for Garfield. That's Isabella Boffman and her opponent from Perry, and that would be Nadia Turner, as they are working their way through, trying to get in for that third and fourth position. Clay, yesterday, and again, I think it's cool, but yet it's a little sad, i.e., Mount Union is our only college in Stark County, right, that has a wrestling program. Now, TJ slapped me on the back of the head yesterday, but I was calling out Walsh University, one of our sponsors, say, hey, guys, it's time, Walsh, let's look at a wrestling program, men's, women's down there. Malone, of course, we know, used to have a program. Things happen. We understand that. I'm just curious. Let's say a school like Walsh University, how does something like that happen? You guys, of course, already had the men's side of things. They don't have wrestling at all. I remember when they brought on soccer over there, as they were growing some of the sports. How could we possibly get Walsh to be part of that Stark County wrestling environment?
Yeah, and I mean, we always encourage programs, right? We want to see colleges keep popping up with programs that's growing wrestling, growing the sport. And, kind of being with just starting a program, it's tough, but the main thing I see is the support. You have to have a ton of support,
from the top down. I know you spoke highly of, the
Yep.
administration there at Mount Union, definitely supporting. So
they're amazing, and I'm sure Walsh is too. So, and it might be that person that has to step up and, want to say, hey, I'm willing to take that role as a coach. It might start with a coach, someone coming there and saying, I want to build something great here, and and then it gets the ball
almost
rolling.
create a business plan, right? Right. Maybe a
You're
business
right.
plan.
No.
Walk in and say, listen, here's what we can do. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, and I learned something about Clay. That's a very interesting comment because that is right on the money. Because what administrator, in my opinion, that's worth their weight when they have somebody that's got it laid out and is completely organized and wants to help change lives and do good, who's going to say no? I mean, how are you going to say no to that?
And that's what Ryan did at Mount. You know,
Absolutely.
Ryan put that together, and he walked into the AD and president with a proposal, a plan, and you know they were excited. It went fast. They moved really quick with it. So I think that's
So that could be the path.
Yeah.
Huh? That should be the avenue.
Yeah.
find the leader that wants to lead. You know, lead
All
that.
right, and you
charge.
welcome the competition.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
know. This is just my take again as an average guy in wrestling, knowledge-wise. You know, you forgot more than I know, Clay. But I love it. And what I have noticed is there is more competitive camaraderie amongst coaches today than maybe when Jimmy and I were younger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Is that true?
I agree. Yeah. No, I mean, we all love to compete and get after it, but you know, so many. Even when I was in the high school game, a lot of those coaches were great friends and people that you know I would turn to or you know ask for you know maybe advice from, and I'm so grateful for those people. And you know, even like a Coach Haverdale at Brecksville, he's a Mount alum. You know, we would go at it, Brecksville, Wadsworth, and you know, but I used him as a resource, and he's a great guy. So, yeah, I think, you know, and that for that person that might want to do that, reach out to college coaches, reach out to a Ryan Riggs. You know, he's put the women's in place, so, you know, people know how to do it. And I think the wrestling is such a family-oriented sport. We all care about each other and want to help each other.
That makes sense.
Well, there you have it. Anybody out there listening, coach, wants to get back in the game, think about a university level, working with a business plan, reach out to Coach Riggs over at Mount Union, Coach Winger over at there with him, and let's see what we can do. Again, our guest right now, the head coach of Mount Women Wrestling, Clay Winger, and the athletic director right here at Northwest High School, Mr. Hathaway. And Clay, I understand a little bit later here this afternoon, you're going to be doing your Vanna White impersonation. Is that right? Now, wait a minute. Come on, brother. I heard you are handing out awards.
Yeah, I'm excited to. Art asked me to. So
do you have a stack of cards? Do you kind of slip that first, second place card underneath? I mean,
Whoops.
I don't know how that works. I'm just asking.
We'll shoot you over some cue cards.
Why not?
I'm excited to do it. I'm excited to be here. You know, what great energy that you guys bring and what Northwest is bringing. And I followed last night. I saw it on social media. Such a cool event, and just, you know, they love wrestling, and I'm grateful to be here.
And you know, Clay, we couldn't do this without you guys, too. You guys are a big part of this, too. I mean, you guys really are, because social media,
it's huge.
It's huge.
And if you're not doing it nowadays, I mean, a lot of people fight back and resist against it because it's a lot of work, but it's for promoting your athletes. It's a tool. You know, Twitter's great for coaches. You can go out there. That can be a great recruiting thing. And for us to be able to promote what I originally got into this thing for was to promote more than just football and basketball, which is all that ever got the coverage. And I've seen how thankful the wrestling community is for what we've done, because nobody's ever gone out and covered it before. And when I think about 88 counties in the state of Ohio, Stark County is a top 5 wrestling county.
We can't thank you guys enough. I mean,
honestly.
I'm telling you, because it should make you feel good, because that's the truth. You're helping change lives too, man.
And for us, you know, Clay, again, thank you for allowing us to come up into your room back when you were coaching at Wadsworth when we did our first season with Jimmy B in the room, and talking. You know, I think about nightmares that I used to have on the coaching side of things over at Glen Oak, and we had to block Nick Tavanello. I mean, how do you block that guy? I mean, this dude's eating up 2-3 offensive linemen at a time, and you wonder why the transition or the correlation of great football player, great wrestler, knowing hands, knowing leverage, knowing that explosive movement from the hips. He was a nightmare for us to block. And, you know, when you just think about great, phenomenal athletes, this girl, Maddie Beggart, I mean, not only what she's doing here, taking 5th last year, great wrestler. And the expectations should be high this year. But to me, is she not one of the best all-around female athletes in the state of Ohio?
I gotta think so. And you know,
I mean, what did she do in cross country here in the fall?
She finished 3rd in the fall as a sophomore, and I think we think she's going to have a, you know,
great.
We really think she's going to have a really, you know, good 2.5 years here. We're expecting. We've got high expectations for her, but she has high expectations for herself and her teammates. Maddie is interesting because she's everything you want. She's humble. She lets her actions speak. for she doesn't open up her mouth, man. She just lets her actions speak, and she helps her teammates. Here's a great story, and I know she probably doesn't want me to say this because it just points out she's more team-oriented, but she's a freshman. She's right at the end of the cross-country finish line. Coach Armstrong, God rest Coach Armstrong's soul, our long time, everybody knew Coach Armstrong, passed away, but this is last year. Brian's about 15 feet away from me on the fence. I'm staying out of it, just observing. She comes off the course, finished high, as a freshman, can't tell, I think 5th, and that's a guess, you guys, but she finishes 5th. And it's not 3 seconds after she came through the line, she runs right over to Coach Armstrong as other girls are collapsing. And she looks at Army and says, "How are we doing?" Wow. That says it all, man.
Yeah, it does.
Do I really need to ever say anything else about Maddie Beggart?
No.
Because it was sincere, and we love her.
And still only a sophomore, right?
Still only a sophomore.
We had a chance last year as one the In the Room Northwest, of course, our very first In the Room session. We had a chance to interview Maddie during that time. And again, just what you say, I mean, the confidence exudes, the carry, their persona, and
But
just a
Jim,
great
you
level,
just don't see that a whole lot. You were in administration for a long time. You just don't see that from freshmen. I remember what I was like as a freshman. I'm like, wow, she's so polished and
So true, TJ.
Boy, I'll tell you what, a
telling
bright future ahead for that young lady.
Yep, leader. I mean, humble as all get out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an outsider, just being around her for the first, watching her, and you can just see that. I know her, not very well yet, but you can see that on the mat and how she presents herself is just
Phenomenal.
awesome.
Yeah.
And all I've ever heard is just amazing things about her, and that's from other coaches and other programs. I mean, they speak so highly of her.
She loves this sport too.
Yeah,
Clay,
good for
I'm
her.
telling
Yeah,
you.
well,
loves it.
we would love to have her.
Right. Well, I'll tell you,
We would. We really.
and Hath, what's the commitment say, right? She started at 115. I think her and Art made a little talk. She had a little bit there that she could lose, made the commitment to drop to 110. Of course, finished last year as a freshman, I believe, 5th in the state.
Yep.
So right now, you got to say she's made that commitment as a sophomore. Definitely looking for something more than number 5.
Oh, I know, and she's got even higher expectations on herself than we do. I mean, she is everything she's advertised as, and she's going to make it happen.
I think that's what makes the ultimate competitor, when you don't need somebody to start your own fire. Like, it's just already inside of you. Like, I want to go out there and I want to be the best. And I can kind of relate to that, too, with what she's going through. Thinking about going from 115 to 110, and Art said she understands her body as just a young sophomore, knowing that I feel more comfortable at 110. When I lined up and played at offensive guard, I could tell a difference when I was 295 compared to 300 pounds. Just the way you move side to side, your conditioning, your endurance, which is premium here in this sport. So kudos to her for understanding that already. I mean, because just people just think, 5-pound swing, what is that? But for wrestling, when you're talking about cutting weight, when you're talking about fueling your body, and I mean, you see some of the things guys go through. I mean, Jamie Falls Night jokes a lot about it with us. You're not eating holiday dinners while everybody else is around the table with turkey and ham and all the trimmings and all that. You're sitting there just watching.
It's that discipline.
Right. That's what we're saying.
That's the sacrifice.
It's the toughest sport, man.
It is
mental,
tough.
physical, individual, team. I mean, it truly is. And it's coming from probably a basketball guy at heart, but I tell you guys, I loved all sports growing up. I had a chance to tell Clay my first experience, what really turned me on to the sport, and had to do with Dan Funk, the state champ at Jackson.
My boy.
Had a lot to do with that when I was younger, and I think vice versa with him, with baskets. But that's when I really realized that it's how special this sport is, and that's why it's dear to me as an AD. We've got to grow it, man. I mean, we're all responsible for growing this sport because it's so important to our future as a county, state, and country, in my opinion.
Hey, shameless plug for our guy Dan Funk. Anybody needing any legal advice or counsel out there? That's a bull. If he was a bulldog on the mat, think about that dude in a courtroom.
You definitely want Dan in there. I haven't seen him in a while, but and Coach Brewball. Those are my roots. Dave Brewball and Dan Funk. I mean, studs.
Hey, Jim, shout out to Chris Jr. here, Chris Kali Jr. in Wrestle One tournaments. You get a little bit of a quick issue that pops up. Look how fast he just jumps in there, gets the pole, the clock, everything reset, everything structured. I mean, what you guys do with Wrestle One tournaments, and Clay, I know you've been out and seen some of the setups before. When I've gone up to Ironman, when we've been out at Medina, and you just see the setup, you know, to think about doing that at Rico Fieldhouse, upstairs in Thunderdome, having everything work synchronous. I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot of organizations outside of Wrestle One tournaments that do it as well as they do.
And they're just great people. I mean, we're talking about all the, the people, the media, the coaches, the ADs, what people do for wrestling, and, what they do for wrestling, what their company did, and what the Kalis have done for wrestling for a long time.
Absolutely.
It is awesome. So, no, they run a top-notch, program, and what they do is so great. And, I'm lucky to know them and have known them a long time. They're great people.
We're blessed to be with you, brother. And I know we've done a lot of tournaments down there at Mount Union, the field house, and that relationship I think will be a long time. We'll be doing some of yours soon there, brother.
Yep. Next year we're playing, and I think we're gonna piggyback the boys. So the next day or the day before, and so it's all there ready to go. So
absolutely,
that's the plan.
Love it. Well, guys, here on mat number 1, again, we're in the consolation side of things. This is the 120-pound weight class. The winner of this match will move into the 3rd and 4th finals round. This is from Garfield. We have Sifa Malunda and her opponent from Cloverleaf High School. That'll be Shannon Wertman, 13-6, our bout score. Nice action here, 55 seconds remaining in the second period. Again, our guest, ladies and gentlemen, Clay Winger, the head coach at Mount Union Purple Raiders women's program, the athletic director right here at Northwest High School, Mr. Hathaway, and boys, as TJ and Mr. Hathaway sharing a little bit earlier, just some great things on the horizon for the Indian community.
Yeah, and, guys, we had a chance to go out and cover some rugby stuff, do a lot with Canton Rugby and what Jason Doyle Bull does over there for the Perry High School team. We had a chance last night. We named Kaylee Miller-Grimm our Hilscher Clark Electric Performer from the Friday night extravaganza. She was the only lady to go into OT, handled her business, won 8-6. We talked with her, got her on the headset, got a picture, put a little promotion out there for her. But we talked about, and you can respect this as an athletic director, and what we talked about, one sport helping you in another. There are 5 girls on this Perry wrestling lineup that all play rugby. Yeah. Scarlett Grace, Nadia Turner, Maya Lee, Kara Yoho, and Kaylee Miller-Grimm. Had a chance to go out to the Hall of Fame Village inside of the Dome this past Wednesday night, Wednesday night. Talked with Carlin Isles, a guy who has worn USA across his chest, a U.S. Olympian on those rugby sevens. And he talked about it, man. Rugby, come out and play. Kaylee mentioned it. Rugby teaches me how to be more physical out here. So many people, there's stigmas about sports, right? The Karens of the world didn't want their sons playing football, so they said go play lacrosse. And some people said, I don't want my kid wrestling because it's too dangerous to cut weight, so I want him to do this. I don't want my kid going out and playing rugby because they're not wearing pads. It's going to hurt themselves. Those misconceptions bother us, right? Because you guys know as a passion, as lovers of this sport, as competitors and coaches of it, that we're doing things the right way to make it safe for the athletes and the competitors.
Correct.
But to hear that young lady, Miller-Grimm, to hear Carlin Isles talk about how rugby allows you to become a better athlete in other sports, I mean, come on. Do you want if you're recruiting somebody, do you want a one-sport athlete, or would you rather see a 2-3-sport athlete that they have that determination, the accountability, the focus, the drive, the energy, to just be an all-around competitor?
Absolutely. Multiple sports for sure. And another thing is they love to compete. You want to find people that love to compete and playing multiple sports, right? They're itching to always compete and want to be out there. And
you get in pressure situations. Instead, let's just say for a football player, okay? Do you want your junior to be in 10 competitive situations and maybe the playoffs, or would you want them to wrestle? Okay, or the skill kids maybe play hoops. Do you want them in 40 competitive situations?
Exactly.
I mean, to me, it's common sense, but it's not that common, Clay.
I know.
I don't
it seems
get it.
like it's went away. People are doing less and less. But, I mean, speaking back to rugby, that's kind of like football, wrestling, rugby, wrestling for the girls' side of it. So that's cool. I've never really, to hear those girls talk highly of that. That's a that makes sense, I guess. You
Yes.
know, definitely how we talk football, wrestling,
Yeah.
rugby, wrestling. I mean, that's cool.
You know, one of the things you talked about football with the rugby stuff, Hath, I had a chance to go out there and watch how Spencer Leno over at Massillon coaches up his linebackers. And that defense for the Massillon Tigers winning their first playoff state title may have been one of the best defenses ever put on a field in Ohio high school football history. I mean, the numbers don't lie and speak for themselves. But he's teaching his linebackers rugby-style tackling to keep your head out of the deal, to keep you concussion-free, and it's almost you play the boundary, force your guy back inside. If your partner's down there to make a tackle, then you sweep the outside leg. And you're not hurting your shoulder. You're doing things to take a defender down, get him down right? Open field tackle is the first most important thing. Don't miss a tackle. Make the tackle.
Right.
But
Notice
you do it, you
the
don't
passion starting, guys.
How
He's
can
getting
that
good
not
fired
be
up.
wrestling?
He's getting
How is that not wrestling?
Yeah, trade me spots, man. He's going to tackle me here in a
ankle
minute.
pick. I'm going for the ankle pick, right?
Kick my ass.
And
You're gonna tackle me.
take him down to the ground, but do it safe and less damage on your body.
Correct.
So people think a lot of damage on your body in rugby. It's almost the opposite. You know, you're teaching people to keep their head out of the deal, do things to. You're not taking impact, but you're bringing somebody down to the ground. The idea and concept behind the sport.
And the only way to change is to educate people.
Yep.
You have to have hundreds and hundreds of conversations. And that's why you guys are so important, because somebody is listening to this that's like, you know, wow, I never thought of it that way. And it's so true. I mean, it's just a great coaching point, really,
Half
TJ.
back in our day, right? I mean, you know, you played, even the bigger schools, you played at least 2 sports, right? I mean,
did.
and
Yes.
whatever. I really think, you know, my boys came through in the 90s and whatever, and I think we really started to see this whole specialization thing starting. You know,
I think I can answer,
you know,
Jim.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you can. And again, and I'll be up
do.
front with you, dude. Specialization. Anybody again listening out there, please rethink it. Listen to what
Please
Coach is
rethink
telling
it.
you, man.
You know, this
But-
is my opinion. You know, and my opinion is that it comes down to having a good administration. In my, you know, that's my opinion, because you need to be, as the admin, you need to be promoting that. You know, now Clay can speak for college, and you know, all the college coaches can speak from their perspective. But from my perspective, okay, if you're playing multi-sports, you're getting better as a person, as an athlete. You've got to have administrators who have conversations with their communities to not make it win at all costs. I think what we're seeing at the high school, at least in this area, I can't speak for the rest of the country, but in this area, the pressure to win for whatever reason is so great that I think that these guys that are, you know, a football or basketball, volleyball, whatever, that it's got to be 11 months out of the year, because if they don't win, there's this pressure, and so I look at it as leadership. I really do.
And I think one of the
you gotta
great
promote
things, right, and one of the things I think that we can do, having coaches like Clay coming from the college level, athletic directors from the high school football coach, guys, where it starts is down at that youth level. I think there's an indoctrination with parents a lot of times.
Good
you
point,
know,
Jim.
And I think we need to go down as the old guard and guys in leadership. You're out recruiting people. You're making sure teams are to say, guys, listen, I'm telling you, right? Talking about winning at all costs, talking about 2-3 sports as a young athlete. You guys know better than anything. I play baseball, and that's all I do. Eventually, those joints, those knees, throwing that ball, they're going to wear out. You know, you know, by the time they hit high school, we have kids that are injured. You know what? Where we play baseball, and then in the fall we play soccer or football. We're using different muscles.
Yes.
We let the others heal, and now we're ready for baseball. You don't have to do it year-round, 24/7. I really think we're doing more damage than we are good. Again, as you said, personal opinion.
Yeah, and you just, not to cut you off, Clay, but this has to be communicated. I speak at all our youth banquets, at all our youth get-togethers, middle school, the 3 meetings that I have to have mandatory at the high school. Those are the things we talk about, not I, we,
Right.
Every year, all the time. And I think it took a couple of years, and I think the proof's in the pudding here at Northwest. I think you got to have good head coaches like Art, like John DeMarco that want it and are willing to do it, Clay.
Yeah, and I'll, you know, he spoke on leadership, and I'll credit Mount Union. You know, they encourage athletes to come in there, and if they have another sport, the coaches support it, the athletic department supports it, and you know, maybe D3 it's not the same as D1. Maybe at D1 you can't do as many, but you know, for the athletes out there in Division III, you have the opportunity to continue to do your other sports, and the leadership at Mount pushes that. You know, they say you should be doing 2-3 things on that campus. Maybe not all 3 sports, but you're involved in, two sports and this, this group or whatever. So, I again, leadership. That's coming from the AD and the president, and, they're pushing for multi-sport athletes and people involved, So I think that's a great point, the people leading the way.
Well, I'm sorry.
A few side notes. Let me get a couple side notes in here for the alignment. Listen, if I could have hit a curve, back to your baseball, if I could have hit a curveball, I would have never played offensive line. Let's get that straight right now. But I could not have. I couldn't hit the curveball, and I dreaded the ball being hit to me at first base. Right. So I think about what you're saying here, and I try and tell athletes this all the time. It doesn't matter where you're going to school at. I don't care if your favorite team was Ohio State or your favorite team was this school or that school. The opportunity to get extra reps after your senior year of high school, because most high school student athletes, after their last game, their last competition, their last match, it's done. You hang it up, and for the rest of your life, you never get to compete in a situation like that again. So I don't care if you're going all beyond. I don't care if it's Alderson Brodus, if it's Mount Union, if it's Alma, wherever it might be. You're blessed because you're doing something that most athletes never get the chance to do again. You're getting more reps.
You couldn't say it more simpler.
I love that.
Yes, I do.
Well,
again,
and I'll tell you what.
learn to compete.
I'm sorry,
man.
go
No,
ahead.
Jim,
No, brother,
you're
go.
fine. It's that whole, again, what we were just, Clay was talking about it. The opportunities to compete more. How does that not translate into the real world?
No.
From my chair. I mean, that's what we're about. We're if you get a Sean Lazarus, he's going to get his shot. You can't teach that. The Lord dealt TJ some gifts, man. It's the way it is. But for everybody else, it's about getting kids ready 5, 10, 15 years from now. And you only get one chance to do that.
Yeah. And that's what, on the women's side, to see the colleges popping up to give these girls, that's what I love to see, the opportunity to continue, and I think maybe, a couple years ago that it was not as likely,
Nope.
or you had to go pretty far away. And now with Baldwin Wallace, Mount, Otterbein, John Carroll, I'm just happy for these girls, because I think it is important to go on, and if you keep competing and, balancing your school and athletics, right? Life's hard too, right? You have to be able to balance things. So, putting that, again, it makes it tough a little bit, but it's important.
Yes, it is. And I tell you, for you people out there who have never been to a female wrestling match, you need to come.
Come out.
You need to come watch this, because it's unbelievable.
Jim,
it is.
Jim, I think the message we heard from Gary Define last night speaks and defines it for itself, right?
Pun intended.
Athletics teaches us how to handle adversity, because we are going to lose in life. We are all going to lose in life, and it is how we respond to that loss. It's handling adversity. He talked about that with his girls out there on the mat last night, Jim. I mean, that's the message, right? It's great to win, and we're happy and we celebrate our wins. But how do we handle adversity when we lose? How do we get better and grow from that?
Every person. Every person.
It's like I told my boys, right? And you walk out, one-on-one, you guys, I'm sure, too. I got guys, when you're done, and you're going to go one-on-one for a job interview. It's going to be you. You're going to compete for that job against other people. Young ladies, right? You're going to compete for a young lady. You're going to get married. You're going to have to drop to a knee and ask that question. There's going to be yes, there's going to be no. Again, talking about the adversity, Teach. What do you do, if that job interview doesn't go your way, right? You pack your bag and that's it? No, man, you pick it up just like we do here, and you compete again. You keep competing. You refine. You keep it going.
Yep.
Yeah, competition never stops. Maybe athletically, but you're competing every day.
Every day, brother.
And, that's why I encourage sports. Do sports, keep competing, and getting those reps, like we said, and being grateful for them. So,
all right, here on mat number 1, we are in our consolation round, getting close to wrapping that up as we'll be moving into our finals here for the first annual Fear the Spear. You're looking at, from the young lady from Maslin Perry, this is Scarlett Grace, her opponent from right here, Canal, Fulton Northwest. This is Brianna Watts. Watts, coach? W-A-Y-T-S, Watts? All right. 4-3 is our bout score. They're in the second period. Nice match going on here. Grace in on the single leg, goes down, wants to let go of that head. She does. Good 2-point takedown for the Perry Panther.
And one of those rugby players that we were talking about. One of 5 on this lineup for the Perry Panthers.
Well, the Panthers, too, I think they came in with, 9 wrestlers, 8 or 9 wrestlers. I know 4 of them freshmen. So, again, great to see. They're going to be growing that here over the years.
And I think it was 5 members of the rugby team, I believe.
Yep. Absolutely. 55 seconds remaining here in the consolation round of weight class 155. Again, the winner will move in to wrestle for third and fourth. Well, guys, we really thank you for joining us. We cannot say enough, obviously, Hath, what you guys are doing here. Again, we thank you for bringing us on, Clay. I'm so excited the future that we're going to have working with you over there, watching you grow that program. I can't wait to get you on camera doing the Van. I want to see a little Vanna White hand, something there as we're handing those awards out. But
I'll see what I can do.
Great.
All right. Well, guys, again, thank you for taking time.
We can both. I mean, I'm telling you, what you guys are doing is special. And we can't thank you. I know I can speak for Clay on that.
Absolutely.
What an absolute, we're thankful, period. It's that simple. And we look forward to a long, long relationship.
Thank you, Coach.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you guys for taking time. There you have it, folks. Our guests here. We are so honored to have TJ. I'll tell you what a great interview there. Mr. Hathaway, athletic director from Northwest High School, and, of course, the women's coach over at Mount Union College, Mr. Clay Winger. Woo, that was exciting. You were getting fired up, dude. I had to move. You seriously, you started to elevate. I was afraid. I was getting ready to move.
This body doesn't elevate like it used to.
Oh, by the way, stay right there. Go stand over there real quick. This is for Mom. She said, put TJ on the camera so I can see what he looks like. Okay, Mom, there's TJ right there. There is the main man.
Here in all my glory, man. Got my H&H Truck Part shirt on to promote our great friends and partners there at H&H. And, Jim, to be able to talk to those guys and have those interviews and be able to, kind of hear what's being built not only on a high school level but a university level.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's really special. And, for Clay, that transition happened so quickly because literally last year, season 1, one of our first couple episodes of you in the room was with Clay up at Wadsworth. And now he's been pulled away to a bigger calling. He left Wadsworth in a great place. And Wadsworth was in a great place when he took over as well. So,
sure.
I think he understood that.
Yep.
I think he understood that, and it's a calling. What is my new purpose? Thank you, my man, Hath. Always doing a great job, man. I can't begin to mention enough as we just seen Jason Hathaway take off here. When you talk about athletic directors promoting their athletes, doing things the right way, there's some out there that do a good job of it. There's some out there, I will be honest, we've been around them, Jim. They don't do a very good job of it, and they're just there collecting a paycheck.
Getting a paycheck.
He is one of the great ones. He loves his kids. He promotes them, and it's not about coming in and a paycheck and clocking an 8 to 5, so to say, right? It means more than that to him. And again, like for Clay Wenger, there's a purpose, there's a passion behind it, and that's why you see him starting that on a university level. And I'm excited to see, what you talked about with him. How do you build it? Right now, you're not wrestling. You're building. You're getting a group so that next year you hit the ground running.
I'm gonna tell you what, brother. I know I don't have the skill set as a head coach to kind of give the technique needed at college level. I believe I have the business and design background. If I wasn't 60 years old, I would definitely put something together and go over to Walsh. We need another university, another college right here in Stark County, bringing a program, men and or women's, in and on to the Resolite. But that'll be for another lifetime. All right, right here, you are watching. Time runs out. Nice match. 7-6 our final. And it'll be the young lady from Perry High School moving on into third and fourth at the 155-pound weight class. And again, that is Scarlett, Grace Scarlett, on her way in for third and fourth. All right, looking through here, looks like we have maybe one more. Yes, we do. One more in the consolation round, then we're going to gear up for our finals, brother. This is at 190 pounds, wrestling for Cloverleaf. This is McLean Bell and her opponent from Canal, Fulton Northwest. I believe this is Morgan Holling.
Are you going to start to elevate once the finals happen? Because if I've done a little bit of elevating, I'm ready to see what.
I've been trying to stand on the chair because I can't even reach the daggum camera to see what's going on. So, yeah, I'll elevate a little bit. I'll get up on my chair. It's not what you meant, is it?
We'll see if we can slide a piece of paper underneath those shoes.
I was going to wear my high heels.
It's about all you're going to get out of me, partner. Believe it or not, back in the day, I had a 31-inch vertical, but
I believe it.
I'm happy with just the 1-inch vertical again. Slide
you
that
got the
forward
one
underneath there. We're good to go.
Okay. I love it. Well, over here again, wrestling on our last consolation round, as then we'll prepare for our finals. Again, in the corner there, Josh Kali and his cousin, Corey Kali. Not only wrestling coaches, both members of the Wrestle One family. And, oh, boy, this is tight. Holling has it, the pin, the fall. She's going in for third and fourth. Nice job. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, Tej, what do you think? Maybe give our fans a chance to go refresh their popcorn and pop. Maybe you and I grab a soda real quick or a cup of water and get ready for the finals. It's that time.
I thought you were supposed to be bringing me a bag of peanuts today.
Dadgummit.
Yeah. Just to show you some of the old elephant tricks.
Dude, I'm going to tell you what. Seriously, I did shower today. That's good, but it is only noon. If it's about 2 o'clock, I don't know if I'd have remembered that. Nah, seriously, some of you guys are just Jamie, yourself, story time. You guys are amazing stuff you remember. I don't know why I don't remember it. I don't know. But very impressive.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, partner. We'll power down here for a second. I would imagine we'll have about a 10, 15-minute break before we get the finals underway.
Well, I'm going to tell you, hey, Art, real quick, we're going to pull the director. We're going to take a little break. What time? 12:30, 12 minutes. All right, there you have it, Coach, 12:30.
All right, so we're going to leave this stream live and open for you to kind of see some of the action that's going on. Jim and I are going to take a break before I power down and kind of cut off and leave it to you.
Give it to them, baby.
We'll tell you about and say hello to all of our great friends listening live on the SMG Network live streams powered by TKDS Sports. Shout out to Kevin and all the boys down there in Dayton taking care of us. We appreciate you guys at TKDS Sports. My boy Jackson Lightcap and Matt Pennington. You guys do a phenomenal job. My guy Jimmy B got himself a Mount Union t-shirt. But again, the SMG Network live streams are always powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric Company. The website to get us is smgnetwork.tkdsports.com. That's where you got us. That's where you hear us. And that's where we will be back at for the finals here starting in just about 10 minutes. But also the presentations on the SMG Network live streams are brought to you in part as well by Walsh University, C.H. Vallis and Associates. How about our good friends who I just talked about at H&H Truck Parts as Jim swung the camera on me for Mom to get a little bit of a picture of me. Got my H&H Truck Parts shirt on. We want to talk about those guys located in Valley View. 5500 South Cloverleaf Parkway is where you can find them. Call them at 216-642-4540 or visit them online at hhtruckparts.com. Looking for a reman transmission, differential, driveline stuff. These guys are the specialists. They have 6 bays that they can work on your vehicle that keeps you on the road, that is part of your livelihood, that brings you in the revenue to take care, provide for your family. When you're trusting your vehicle, trust it with the best. These guys are the best because for the last 3 years, they have been the #1 purchaser of Eaton Fuller parts in the state of Ohio. Eaton Fuller, the best in the business when it comes to those parts that make up that equipment. ETC, the transmission and differential, the driveline parts, the components, the flywheels, the clutches. Trust H&H Truck Parts for the best vehicles on the road. They have the best equipment to keep you operating at a high level. Call them at 216-642-4540. Appreciate my guys. H&H stands for Jeff Heater, Mark Harris. You guys are the best, man. Appreciate you guys getting behind us and supporting athletics here in Stark County, Northeast Ohio, and the state of Ohio. And we're looking for insurance. When you're up in the Cuyahoga Falls area, check in with my guy, Jason Cackley. He can quote all of your home, auto, and personal lines located at 619 Portage Trail Road. Call him at 330-929-6006 as we just had Clay Wenger on and talking about the University of Mount Union, a proud University of Mount Union alum. That's Jason Cackley. Go over and check him out. Dealing in insurance for over 20 years. Call him at 330-929-6006. We couldn't do this as well without our good friends at Drive Mine Group. Lace and Dagger Tattoo Company located in Green. Make sure if you're looking to get some fresh ink, go over and see my guy Nate Dogg over at Lace and Dagger Tattoo Company. Stopping out for a beverage or refreshment, refreshment, some food, go over and check out Nathan's Patio. If you're looking for the pizza, subs, calzone, chickens, pasta, whatever it is, go over to Lindsay's Pizza at 330-477-3800. And also our friends at McNeil & Sons Tree Service, check them out for any of your arbors that need cut back off of the house. Again, Eagles FOE 190 and Hilsher Clark, a special shout out to them. Hilsher Clark always presenting our electric performer, electric player, whatever sport, whatever athletic event we may be at. Hilsher Clark gets behind it. The best in the electrical trades, commercial, residential. You know anybody looking to get into the trades, contact Hilsher Clark Electric Company. They're in downtown Canton at 519 4th Street Northwest. You can get them online at hilsher-clark.com. That's HILSCHER-CLARKE.com. They've got locations throughout Ohio. You can call them at 330-879-8738. They're always looking to hire. They do huge jobs on the commercial end side of things. When you talk about the Hall of Fame Village, keeping the lights on, powering it over there, Facebook, Amazon, warehouses, what they do on a residential level as well cannot be understated. If you're looking to put one of those EV charging stations in your garage, if you're moving towards the electric vehicle, get in touch with Hilsher Clark Electric Company. They can install that in your garage, put a bay in there, put an EV charging station so that you can power and operate your vehicle and save on that carbon footprint. Looking to our future, protecting our environment, check in with them on those EV charging stations. Hey, listen, the power's been out here over the last couple weeks. You know, we get the bad storm that comes in. Check in with them for one of the Generac standby generators. Hilsher Clark is one of the leaders in installing and partners with Generac home standby units. Check in with Hilsher Clark Electric Company, and they can come out and install that. When your power goes out, everything runs the same. That bad boy kicks on. You never lose power with a Hilsher Clark Generac home standby generator. Again, the number for Hilsher Clark is 330-879-8738. Last night, Kaylee Miller-Grimm was our electric performer. Today, here on day 2 for Fear the Spear, the first annual women's wrestling tournament here on the campus of Northwest Local Schools. Jim and I will name our day 2 Hilsher Clark Electric Performer. All right, we want to finish up here by talking about our friends at LPL Financial. Grow your wealth with Mandwell Patterson and LPL Financial. Call him at 330-244-9779, located on Munson Street in Belden Village. Mandwell Patterson. Grow your wealth with him and LPL Financial. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes, and we will get the finals ready and rocking for you here on the SMG Network live streams powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilsher Clark Electric Company and the Eagles FOE 190. Hang on, we'll be back in a second.
took our papers.
She will be wrestling from Perry, Emma Shepard.
All right, we welcome everybody back in on the SMG Network live streams. TJ Downing joined by my partner Jim Bostic here on the campus of Northwest Local Schools. And Jim, as we hear Art Kali kind of doing some PA announcements, the organizer, the creator of this first ever Fear the Spear women's wrestling tournament, kind of doing a small moniker of a parade of champions. We just heard him announce some of the girls there, and they're coming out middle, shaking hands, getting ready to compete here for first place.
Absolutely. First and second will be on the gray mat. Third and fourth, I'm guessing, will be on the red mat. I think we're going to wrestle third and fourth, I would think. You know what, TJ, I'll tell you what, real quick, over to my right, I see a couple of our officials. I think our officials, I know we have a couple Class 2 young men that are just, or gentlemen that are, starting out and getting. Officials done a nice job here today, overall. I think they've done well with our ladies. And, again, we talked about this last night, just the importance of needing officials, not even in our sport of wrestling, all of our sports, and really how easy it is. How can someone become an official, Teach?
You think about officials, and I really didn't get a chance to talk to Jason Hathaway about this, but, he moonlights as an official outside of being a phenomenal athletic director.
Really?
You can go on a random Sunday morning and find him officiating YMCA basketball leagues around the area. I swear, man, go into the J. Babe Stern Center and you'll see Hath out there running up and down the court. So I know that he believes in it. We know that we need more great officials. And, wrestling's not an easy sport to officiate. One of our own guys, Jason Atkins, and Brad Scarborough has been doing it a little bit longer, but Brad's kind of brought Jason up through the ranks and helped him out. And Jason's one of those young guys who's now having his son get involved with it and learning it, becoming one of those more top-notch elite officials, like our guy last night we talked to who got his first invitation last year down to the state tournament. I saw Jason Atkins get his first opportunity to officiate Top Gun Wrestling Tournament out of the Lions. So when you start putting those feathers in your cap, it kind of lets you know that, hey, I'm doing things right here, but you're giving to the sport what we know it needs. Jim, you can't go out here. You can't go out here and compete if you don't have officials. No. And unfortunately, from your administrative background, think how hard it has to be to sit here and say, hey, guys, we can't have a JV game on Saturday morning because we don't have officials for it.
Tej, you and I seen last year, there were varsity wrestling matches that were canceled because they couldn't find an official. So, But again, it's really easy. If you have an interest to become an official, go on to the OHSAA website and just type in referee or officials. It'll take you. You can find your sport. The classes are right there online. All you need to do, go through that course, find yourself a mentor, maybe find a local association for your sport. And from that, you know what? Jump in. We need you. Think about it.
Boy, I think I might have put a little bit too much cream in this coffee,
you know
man.
What, dude, I saw you.
You may see me elevate here before the end of this thing, man. I got the little cream sugar rush going on. And see our girl, Hilscher Clark Electric Performer, getting it done. Coach Define.
You poured it real quick, buddy.
Boy, I'll tell you what, it's tasting good, man.
Look, Art took our papers, man. I'll be right back.
You know what? You go track them down, man. I'll hold the ship down for you. We're going to be all right. We're going to make it through this thing here. Finals getting ready underway here. Your first one, Canton South, Carrollton going to be squaring off. We know we're going to see the Howland Tigers. Saw her just walk past us here. Best of luck to you. And saw some of our Perry girls rolling here behind us. We're going to get a chance. We saw Maddie Beggart. She'll be wrestling. So South and Carrollton up first here, partner. I'm excited to see how this thing kind of shakes out. And we've got some great finals up and ready for you here now on the SMG Network live streams powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric Company, our good friends at the Eagles FOE 190. Time to roll, buddy.
All right, here we are, the Fear the Spear 100-pound weight class is on the mat. We're underway in the finals. Wrestling for Canton South, we have Ellie DeFori, her opponent from Carrollton High School, Izzy Nuzilio. And again, depending what happens here, we'll probably keep most of our action on the first and second place mat. If things open, we'll move over to third and fourth. Wrestling for third and fourth is Michaela Metal from Maslin Perry, her opponent from West Branch, Brooklyn Stoffier.
So I'm also going to get the pen and pad out here, partner.
Oh, here we go, buddy. All right, get that pad out because right now we've got the young lady, DeFori, has Nuzielio on her back. Official has given the swipes 2 takedown. And no less than 3 here. Are we going to see the fall in the first 100 pounds, the first match? It is a fall. Your champion, Ellie DeFori, 100 pounds from Canton South High School. Woo! Started out, I think we had a pin on the red mat too, brother. 2 pins, bang, bang.
Hey, I was going to get the pen and pad out here because we got to start thinking as we get through the finals who's going to be our Hilscher Clark electric performer, and how electric is that to start? You're talking about a minute 3 into the first, getting that fall. I mean, for that young lady from Canton South, she's feeling pretty good about herself. And we're going to have looks like Marlington and Northwest squaring off here in round 2.
It's only getting better right now. 110-pound weight class from Northwest. It's our girl Maddie Beggart and her opponent from Marlington, Madeline Bean. So I know we're going to see some fireworks here on the third and fourth place mat. From Carrollton will be Kiera McDaniel, and from Akron Garfield, Janice Moss. So here we are. First period started underway. 1:40 remaining in the first period. Nice inside control by Beggart, trying to work inside. Bean doing a nice job defending up on the collar tie. Talked to Maddie a little bit in between there. Talked to her about getting that level change just a little bit. Don't stay on that same level. Give it a little different eye look there as you're tough and working there on your feet. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining in the first period. A good, nice, hard collar tie. Heavy hands by Beggart. And Bean coming up on that collar tie also. Trying to find an opening, both are. Yeah, there we go, Maddie. Dropping a little bit, coming a little strong with that head. Want to be careful with that. You don't want to have the official call a little bit unsportsmanlike or head-butting if it's not what she was doing, but it come in strong when she went into that last collar tie. 53 seconds, under a minute here. First period, championship mat, 110 pounds. Maddie Beggart, Maddie Bean. Battle of the Maddies. Oh, Beggart in on the shot. Doesn't want to go with it. Comes back out.
I like that, partner. Battle of the Maddies.
Battle of the Maddies.
On the mat.
Absolutely.
A little rhyme to it, man. Have a little fun here Saturday afternoon. I'll tell you what, it's been fun, man.
It's been great.
We had a chance to talk to Mr. Hathaway there back in his office, and just a phenomenal thing they've done here, man. A standalone tournament for the women and a Friday night extravaganza. Been a lot of fun here at Northwest.
And Beggart in on the double leg there, Tej. Nice job. Cuts the corner. Gets 2 with 15 seconds left. Going to take the lead here at the end of the first period. No, absolutely. It was great. You know, when a school administrator looks at you and says, you know, he looked right at you, brother, and says, hey, what can we do to help you out? That's pretty special. All right, end of the first period, 2-0. Our bout score, 110-pound weight class. Referee's going to flip the coin. It'll be Maddie Bean's choice. She'll defer, give choice to Maddie Beggart. And Maddie, you know what? I can't even go MB because they're both MB. It's Maddie, MB, Maddie, MB. What are you doing? Referee's position, Beggart down, Bean on top. Beggart looking to escape or change the position with a reversal. Bean, she's going to run the ride and hopefully put Beggart on her back, but not to be as Maddie right to her feet, cuts those hips real nice. They're at neutral position, 1 point on the escape. You know, I'll tell you what, I'm excited to see, Coach Winger doing his little, Vanna White there, handing these trophies out later, bud, you know. I hope he does it with style and grace.
Hey, I'll tell you what, style and grace, how about the man bringing you a beautiful Mount Union women's wrestling shirt out?
I got a Mount Union women wrestling shirt.
That's respect, man. That one's going to go on a hanger in the closet, man.
Absolutely. And I know Margaret's going to ask. Mrs. Bostic's going to want to wear it. Not happening. Again, second period here at the 110-pound weight class. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Wrestlers go out of bounds. They'll go back to the center, neutral position. Beggart from Northwest in gray on top, 3-0. Again, comes across very aggressive, very strong. Something, you know, that's good to see. Got to be careful. Again, she leads with the head. Again, good first line of defense there, but got to be careful. You come in a little bit strong. Sometimes those officials might call intentional, unsportsmanlike or something of that nature. Again, she's not headbutting, but could be construed. So careful, Maddie. 45 seconds remaining here in the second period. Again, both wrestlers trying to find an opening. Oh, and Beggart in on the shot. She's got it up, legs are on the feet. Down she goes for 2. And 5-0, our bout score right onto the wrist ride. As she'll roll those wrists under. Trying to look for, oh boy, come across strong with that crossface. Just saw the referee tell her, watch that crossface. Like to see the aggressiveness. And she's got a little bit of a butcher bundle there. And the swipes are underway. You're going to get at least 2, if not 3. Not sure if we got 5. We only got 4. So she gets 2 points. 7-0, 10 seconds remaining in the second period. Tell you what, Teej, Maddie, very aggressive there, comes in strong with the collar tie, strong cross face there on top. And I always used to tell my wrestlers, man, back in the day, bring it. Find out where your limitations, where are the limitations for the referee, bring it strong. If you get hit with a point, you found your limits. Don't bring it that way next time. Third period, Bean is going to take down in the third period. Beggert, of course, did a nice job on top during period number 2 and 1 when she got those takedowns. So we'll see if Bean can get herself on her feet, and not to be Beggert to get into the bundle. She's bringing it across, needs to walk over, step on the top of the head there, and not going to do it. She's going to bring it back, readjust the position. Now she's going underneath, has the bundle. She's coming across, trying to bring it through. Swipes are going to start. This one's tight, Teej. Here we go. Official down into position. Needs to get that far shoulder down. Official's right there. Beggert comes around to the other side, pulling across, tightening it up as she does. Again, our first 2 bouts, we had pins at 100. I see our third and fourth place bout is finished, so it must have had a pin over there. Beggert now rolls into the head and arm, takes a look at the clock. Plenty of time on the clock here in the third period, looking for the fall. Bean works herself parallel. Nice job. Might try to do a little bit of a roll here. Beggert has it pretty tight. Bean trying to get out of that head and arm situation. Beggert needs to get that leg out, walk to the head. There she goes. Nice crossover with the legs. Squares her hips up a little bit. Needs to pick up that head just a little bit. Get that far shoulder down. Tightens it up. Official in good position. Looking at the official, Maddie wants to know if she has it. Not yet. 30 seconds remain in the period. Oh, this could do it. There it is. The slap of the mat. And a pin at 110 pounds. Your champion from Northwest High School, Maddie Beggert. Nice match. Woo! I'll tell you what, Teach. First two weight classes, 4 pins.
And got to be a great feeling for Maddie, too. On your home turf, first ever, Fear the Spear, right here in Northwest. I mean, this is an exciting thing for her. She spends all of her time walking these hallways. So the first annual, she's a champion. That's one that she's going to put up on the mantle and she's going to remember for a long time.
Absolutely. 115-pound weight class is where we're going to go. Championship mat. We have from Tri-Valley, Candace Spry, her opponent from Chippewa High School, Kayla Morashon. As I shared with you earlier, TJ Spry, definitely a member of our women's national team. Morashon, name's awful familiar. I'd have to go back through. Don't have that elephant brain that you do there, brother, remembering that. But, definitely been around. This is going to be exciting. Over for third and fourth matches already underway from West Branch. It's Trista Swanson and her opponent from Akron-Garfield. I'll tell you what, TJ, Akron-Garfield brought 4, 5, 6 girls. They had a nice number of girls here today.
Yes.
Isabella Boffman wrestling for third and fourth.
And again, I know I've mentioned it before on broadcast, going back to the Ironman. These ladies here in the corner for Chippewa, they do a phenomenal job. They've really kind of built this thing again. A lot of it is, I don't know if you call it a grassroots type deal, man, but when you're first sanctioned by the Ohio High School Athletic Association last year, you're going to get more interest in the sport. You're going to get more girls that are going to come out. But some schools just have 1 or 2. Some girls have none. Some girls have 30 or 38, like down there at Olentangy Orange. Some have a full lineup, like an Alliance. Some are getting close to a full lineup, like a Northwest or a Perry. But for these girls over here, the Chippewas in the corner, their coaches here, they do a phenomenal job. We'll kind of zoom in here on them, let you get a little bit of seeing how they do things. And, I can just tell there's a respect, there's a camaraderie that, they've got these girls' attention and they're doing things the right way and they're competing at a high level. What I saw Isabella Adams do there at Ironman didn't go her way. Handled adversity. We talked about that. Right. She's here now, and she's going to be competing for first place today.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, and again, as we're waiting there, looking over at the scores table, Chris Kali Jr. over there is going to get things together, put it in place.
Tri-Valley goes tough as hell. Maddie beat her down there in the finals.
And again, waiting for the...
So Art was just kind of updating me here. This lady from Tusky Valley said she's
Tusky Valley.
We got Tri?
Says
Tri Valley?
Tri.
Yep, Tri
I
Valley.
don't know.
Tri Valley, and he said her and Maddie Beggart wrestled. Maddie was able to beat her, but she said, or said she has a head and arm that is absolutely vicious.
Yeah, Candace is a real deal. Again, I've seen her out at Fargo, part of that women's national team. And look at her face, Teach. I mean, she is focused. She is ready to go. Morishon, same thing. But
Get a little close up there. I'll tell you what, see the intensity in that girl's eyes?
She's ready to go. She is ready to go.
So this is a girl that you've had a chance to cover and see on a more national stage out there
on
in
a
Fargo?
national level. Yep, absolutely. I'll tell you who she looks like walking across there is Kylie Lang. Remember Jesse's daughter, state champion last year. Kylie, of course, wrestling at college right now. I knew which one it was, but don't ask me. But she's doing a great job. I think it's out west, Iowa State, one of those out that way. But looks like the girls are going to put their shirts back on again. As I'm looking at the computer, it looks like we have a little connection issue between the clock and the computer. So none better than Chris Kali Jr. to be on that, taking care of things.
That boy's on top of it, I'll
He's
tell you
right
what.
there, baby.
For those that didn't get a chance to hear last night, we kind of joked around about his setup, his technique, what he does going through setting up the servers. Guy did it from the furthest time zone away, from the middle of the Pacific on the beaches of Hawaii, setting up the Medina Invitational Tournament. As you guys had everything laid out, gets it online from the beach. But what did he tell you? He said, listen, you guys got a half-hour window because A, my wife's going to kill me. B, I want to enjoy a Mai Tai. And it's also Hawaii. So let me get you guys up and running, and then leave me the hell alone and go wrestle. Go wrestle.
My boys have an excursion. You got to be done. Oh, he did. No, straight up. It's, you joke with that.
No lie.
But he gave us a timeline. Said, listen, it's up and by this time because me and the fam is on the way to the Dole Pineapple Farm. You got it, brother. We'll be set up. Don't mess with Christopher. All right, again, getting ready for the 115-pound weight class.
I think our guy John Lowry may have figured that out firsthand. He's kind of poking the bear a little bit, and he said, "Listen, man, you've got a suplex waiting for you here on the backside of this thing. Keep running your lips over there, buddy." And we know that our boy John Lowry, the Pope, he likes to do that. He talks a lot.
He pokes the bear. Yeah, poke, not Pope, but he pokes the bear. In fact, I'm not sure it was Chris. I think it was Chris's brother Matt, if I remember right. Matt and John wrestled quite a bit back in the day, from what some of the stories go that I've heard, but. We shall see. Again, ladies have, Candace has her warm-up off. Miss Morishon kind of still waiting.
And now, if I remember correctly here, Miss Morishon, she wrestled for first place at Ironman. And I want to say she lost to the girl from, it was either from Walsh Jesuit. I'm pulling the elephant mind here. She was either from Walsh Jesuit or there's a program down there in Florida, Lake Gable. They brought up
Lakeside.
There was a lady that came up and wrestled. Her roots are from Massillon. Art, what's the program? This girl, Morishon, she wrestled a girl in the Ironman finals. It was a program.
Well, again, we're waiting on mat number 1 as the 115-pound weight class, first and second, waiting to get another way. The third and fourth have completed. Actually, we are on injury time on mat number 2.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Teej, let's do this. Why don't we move that over to mat number 2? Let's take a look at our third and fourth place match. Again, on a little bit of injury time right there. Trista Swanson from West Branch. Again, her opponent awaiting her to come back out to the mat from Akron Garfield, Isabella Boffman. So it looks like injury time has been stopped. They're going to head back out to the mat. 4-0 our score. It looks to be Boffman in the lead here. Starting in the third period, Boffman down as Swanson on top. Nice explosion by Isabella, getting to her feet nice. Needs to work on those hands. She's trying. Swanson holding on tight. Does not want to give that. Has to be careful when that knee drops those hands. Oh, and Isabella Boffman with the nice cut. They're on their feet. 1 point neutral. 5-0 our bout score. Third and fourth place match here in the 115-pound weight class. Forehead to forehead. Oh, and thinking about a little bit of a head and arm there. Swanson came over top. There she is again, over top the head. Not to be. Boffman doing a nice job with the wrist control. Forehead to forehead. Lady circling, trying to find an opening. Little collar tie there. Little bang of the head, heavy hands, soft feet. That's what we like, or light feet. That's what we like to tell them. Again, coming up with the hard tie up top. Boffman again staying on the wrist. 1 minute, 7 seconds remaining here in the third and fourth place match. And again, yet to come from Doylestown, Chippewa, Gabby Garton, yet to make her way out in the mat. And as you see it right there, the fall, and your winner in third place from Akron Garfield, Isabella Boffman. Nice job to Isabella, nice handshake, good smile, great sportsmanship. Well done, young lady. And of course, at 125 pounds, Alexis Lewis and Emma Shepard will be wrestling. That was a round robin weight class. Of course, they wrestled last night. Lewis coming out on top, and looks like we're going to move this championship bout over to mat number 2 as they continue to work on these clocks. Not sure what's happening there, but they'll get it taken care of. If not, we'll just run one mat. We'll go back and forth, first and second, third and fourth, but this one here should be a good one. Again, from Tri-Valley, Candace Spry. From Chippewa High School, Kayla Morishon.
Should be exciting here, partner. I think this is going to be one that it won't be over quick. It's going to be a battle.
I would agree. Yep. Yeah, they got the clock set where they need it to be. Good job.
We could see this one go the distance and then some, but you mentioned you kind of see the legs and the power from the young lady from Tri-Valley, a little bit different from the Morishon girl from Chippewa. But I think when you look at maybe a more technical side of the sport, maybe you lend your hand towards the Chippewa because you talked about it. She's been on a national stage. They both have, but if you're kind of looking here, who you lend your hand to, who you give the favor to, or who is the favorite in this match, how do you see it?
Well, if you're, broadcaster Sonny Marchetti, one of the members of our team, you look at their shoes,
shoe
right?
Game.
It's a shoe
he's
game.
going with the all whites.
I think you're right. But no, absolutely. When you look at body structure, you see where we're at now. As a little 4-1-1 you gave us earlier, Spry really strong.
Check out
with
that shoe game, man.
Yeah,
look at that.
With that head and arm. I'll tell you what,
Sonny would like that.
Oh, yeah, she's matching top to bottom, man. Black and gold, man. No, shoes are gold trim. Here we go, underway. And Spry coming real hard with the heavy hands up on top. Boy, tries to snap down there. Come behind. Morishon keeping herself in good position out front. And again, Spry hard down, trying to set as she pops that head. Little shuck, little throw by there. Not to be for Spry. They go out of bounds. Back to the center. Just underway. 18 seconds. Morishon again, a little bit of a throw-by attempt there. Has that near wrist. Hardy arm. Morishon down to her knees. Comes back up to her feet. And goes inside, little Merkel position there. Has the arm locked up. Goes with the inside on the leg. No points yet. And Morishon keeps wrestling. That's the key. No points yet as she comes around behind. Once that hand hits, I think we should have 2 there. And the official yet to award 2 points on the takedown. A little confused on the, but again, something he sees there. There's the 2 points for Morishon. And right now, again, Spry, motion does not stop. She turns. She's in on the leg. Has that leg up. And has the leg high and needs to start sweeping out that ankle. No, she's going to drop low. Does so. And should get 2 points on the reversal. There it is, 2 on the reversal. We're tied at 2, 45 seconds remaining. Championship match, 115 pounds. Morishon quickly up to her feet, drops it down. And as she hits nicely, cuts those hips away. At least should get 1 here as they break free. There's the signal by the official. They're on their feet. Morishon heads back to the middle. 3-2 our bout score. Kayla Morishon in the lead. 20 seconds remaining. Morishon dropping down to the single leg. She has it, turns the corner there, near side, keeps the head up high. Nice job, goes out of bounds and will not get the takedown. But again, tell you what, Tej, what I like both these young ladies, no matter the position, keep wrestling. And they both are doing just that. Nice job. Bopper making his way out. 10 seconds remaining in the first period. 3-2 our score. Doylestown on top. Spry underneath on the shot attempt. Falls a little bit short. Let's see if Morishon can come around for 2 quickly at the end of the period. Official gives 2 right on the tap, and she gets it. 5-2. Chippewa in the lead. Coin is tossed. Choice will go over to Morishon. She'll defer, giving choice to Spry. Spry looks over at her coaches. Nice job. She's going to go down.
So did you feel from that first period a little bit about what I said? Did
Absolutely.
it kind of play itself out that maybe Morishon has a little bit more of that technical side, that keep wrestling side, instead of the kind of push straight ahead, aggressive, in your face, kind of pushing forward tactic
A little
of the
bit
lady
more
from Tri
physical
Valley?
from Spry, absolutely. Morishon, very patient, very technical with her skill here. Spry, of course, started down looking for that escape, was up on the feet, but again, Morishon with the flow. They remain in the same position they started into the period, 30 seconds away here in period number 2. 5-2 our bout score. Morishon on top, has the arm trap, nice. Spry has the outside leg up. She's got to get that leg up, and then from there, let the body follow. Morishon on top, working a nice job, has that ankle hooked on the behind, trying to keep those hips under control as she applies the pressure up top. I think she might be thinking about a little bit of a cradle situation there, not to be. And Spry trying to cut away. Morishon cups underneath that arm if she cuts through and works herself. Has that arm bar reverse, kind of a hammerlock type position. Lets the arm go. 50 seconds left, period number 2. Spry needing to get out, needs to close the gap here at 5-2. It'll be Morishon's choice. Oh, and steps over. Spry does, as she'll get the 2-point reversal. 5-4 our score. Morishon nicely up to her feet. Spry kind of staying back, keeps good pressure, has that arm, looking maybe a little head lever position, not to be, needs to flatten her out a little bit, but again, Morishon wisely to her feet, cuts the hips away. We're going to get 1-point escape. Chippewa, there it is. 6-4 our bout score. 20 seconds remaining here in the second period. 115-pound championship, Fear the Spear, year number 1. Both girls heavy on the head, trying to get one of them to falter with their stance, not to be, as they go out of bounds. Again, Spry with a little bit of a shuck move there, tries to get into position, doesn't happen. 7 seconds as they'll go back to the center, 6-4. Again, into the third period, it will be choice Doylestown. We'll see what Morishon chooses. There it is, end of period number 2, Teach. 6-4 our bout score. Morishon with the choice, and she's going to go down in referee's position.
Call me the Swami partner, but I think I predicted it before this thing started. Felt like it was going to be a 3-period, full length, 6-minute, battle to the end, and we got a tight one here, 6-4.
You definitely had the Swami hat on, brother. Good call as we go into period number 2. Caution starts off. We had a bad lineup from Spry on top. And again, Spry has not been able to keep Morishon down and is not going to do it this time. And if she steps over, needs to hook that leg. She's got a nice cradle position there. If she can lock the hands, she's got this a little bit high, needs to settle back, lock those up. Of course, Spry keeping that near hand from being, oh, and the cradle is locked up. She has it. She's got that, has it saddled up onto the hip. We have it, call that a little bit of a holster position. Spry, and then there's the slap of the mat, and Morishon, your champion at 115 pounds. Boy, I'll tell you, first three pins. Nice job, hand raised. Kayla Morishon, your champion. Woo!
And following her up is going to be a teammate. She gets ready to take the mat here for her championship match. She's going to be going against a Claymont. Tell you what, we always talk about it, man. Love seeing the pinstripes when they come out onto the mat partner. The Claymont Mustangs, the Chippewas, they're about to do battle here.
Well, I'll tell you what, just as you said, from Doylestown, it's Gabby Garton. And from Claymont, it'll be Jillian Patterson. Now, I see mat number 1 has opened up. They're not moving. Doesn't look like they're moving the ladies over. So we might just be going down to 1 mat and maybe wrestle first and second, followed behind third and fourth. Nope, Garton is putting her warm-up back on. So I think we are going to open up 2 mats.
First place from Canton South, Ellie DiFiore.
Oh, I see what we're doing.
Clay,
Going
your guy
over
Clay.
The awards.
Okay, we've
Well, swing it over there, man. We got to see
gotta
Clay
see
handing those
Clay.
awards out,
All
baby.
right, Clay, let's see your van away. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, again, the 100-pound weight class, as you take a look at the podium there, your champion from Canton South High School, that is Ellie DeForia. Fear the Spear, 100-pound champion. Here we go, 110-pound weight class.
What's that?
Outstanding wrestler balance.
Don't have one.
I would ask Mr. Kali there.
110 pounds. In fourth place from Carrollton, Kira McDaniel.
I'll tell you what that was, Teej. At 105 pounds, Madeline was actually weighed in at 105 pounds. They actually moved her up to the 110-pound weight class because there were no other opponents at 105 pounds. So Madeline went on. She is the 105-pound champion.
Gotcha. I was wondering what was going on
Yeah,
there.
I was like, wait, I'm looking at the results. I'm going, wait a minute. But no, that is what happened there. Of course, Madeline taking first in the 105-pound weight class and takes second in the 110-pound weight class, but your champion at 110 pounds right here from Northwest High School, Maddie Beggart. So Maddie, our champion at 110 pounds.
We happen to have Mount Union's head coach. He's giving out the awards. His name is Mr. Clay Wenger.
Art Kali announcing our award presenter, of course. Had a little fun with that a little bit earlier. Mr. Clay Wenger, the head women's coach at Mount Union College, Mount Union University, I guess I should say. And great to see we had Clay and Mr. Hathaway on a little bit earlier. Great interview with those two gentlemen. Really appreciate them taking their time out. And if you're looking over there, the Matador has made his way over there taking pictures there as he's making his way back to the microphone. And, of course, this now at 115 pounds. And your runner-up, of course, at 115 pounds from Tri-Valley, that was Candace Spry. Your champion at 115 pounds from Chippewa High School, Kayla Morishon. And that clock, unfortunately, sorry about that, fans. That clock is right in the way of the podium. So you're looking at the clock. Kind of tough to give you a shot there of the podium. But rest assured, Kayla Morishon, your champion at 115 pounds, as we're now getting ready for the 120-pound weight class. And I'll tell you what, Tej, I'm looking over. It looks like the clock has been fixed. We have a scorekeeper. But it looks like they are going to keep the championship right there on mat number 2. Now, again, some of the weight classes coming up, they were round robin weight classes. Actually, that's going to happen at 125 pounds.
Never want to be the guy that's just like, hey, dude that just completely blew out your knee. Can you get out of the
Will
shot
you
of the
move?
camera? But
Oh!
because I know you're probably struggling to move a little bit. But
Yeah, but move. Gabby Garton quick with the 2-point takedown. Nice job as she gets the double leg. Immediately lets Patterson go. Puts her right back on her feet. We're underway. 120-pound weight class. Oh, and on the fireman's carry. Garton has it. Down the official with the swipes. Patterson fighting through. And Garton's going to give up the escape, going back on her feet. Gabby is just so tough on her feet. Nice flow, hands up. Good protection, working inside. Works that 2-on-1. Drops the hips. Tell you what, Greco coming to our women down the road, and I've seen Gabby in the freestyle ranks look and likes the throw. Back on their feet as they go out of bounds. 4-2 your bout score. Garton in the lead, period number 1. Patterson with the shot on the right leg, a little bit low. Garton gets it back and again fights it free. Garton now in with the shot. Like to see both these ladies working underneath, and Patterson, as Garton is down, tries to cut through, and in hot pursuit, Garton has a 2-point takedown. She has it immediately in with the half Nelson. And the pressure is there. Patterson on her back. Official with the swipe. One swipe stops, comes back. Patterson down. Official in good position. Garton trying to get the fall here at 120 pounds. And Patterson fights out as she gets the escape. 10-2 your bout score. 25 seconds remaining here in the first period. Gabby Garton, Jillian Patterson underway, 120 pounds. Garten again on the fireman's carry. Now, TJ, is she at the fireman's carry like you? Is that like what you were doing? You're telling me you're hitting a fireman's carry? Was that what you were hitting?
Exactly, but then I stand up with it, and I kind of walk around like a proud dog after he just brought in a groundhog from outside, just kind of showing it off a little bit.
Absolutely. 11-3, end of period number 1. As the coin is tossed, let's see who's going to get choice. It'll go to Garten. Garten has choice. Looks right over at her coaches. Love to see that when athletes, especially in wrestling, we always try to coach, hey, guys, you get the coin toss, take a look over at your coaches, always have something to share. Gabby looked over. They're going to go referee's position. Gabby down, Patterson on top. Locking hands, official kind of not there. I had it from the vantage point here. And 1 point escape. Garten quickly up and out. 12-3, your bout score.
Gabby's such a tough wrestler. Jim, you got a chance to call her down at the shot last year, and boy, what an experience for her being the first to ever do it, right?
Absolutely. Again, goes into the fireman's carry. I got a feeling we might be calling her name again this year. 2 points on the takedown. Score goes to 14-3. 1 minute, 27 seconds remaining in the second period. You know, TJ, we didn't get a chance to go in depth about it, but I was talking to Art a little bit earlier about as we do prepare for that run to the state tournament. Things a little bit different this year for the ladies. There we'll have a pre-regional, and Garten quickly half Nelson. This is over. Slap of the mat. Gabby Garten, your champion at 120 pounds. But, again, as we're going to swing the camera there, boss, because they are going to go back to mat number 1. This is a round robin. This match happened last night as TJ swings over. This is Alexis Lewis from Canal, Fulton Northwest. Emma Shepard from Maslin Perry. Lewis last night was victorious. So we'll see, you talk about wrestling again. That same opponent, let's see what happens here. 1 night removed.
Younger sister of Logan Shepard, wrestling at Bucknell. So you can tell if she's doing this as a freshman, as we talked about young freshmen getting into the sport, she's learned a couple lessons from older brother, and she's applying it herself and having some success.
Well, knowing brothers and sisters as I do, obviously being one myself and having many of our own, I'm sure there were quite a few battles between those two off and on.
You got beat up in the basement a couple times?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, absolutely. But anyhow, as I was telling you, Tej, what's going to happen this year, there is going to be a pre-regional. I was talking to Art Kali about that. So where the boys call it a sectional, the women, it'll be called a pre-regional. The state will basically, any team he was saying that have 6 wrestlers or less will be assigned a location. I know that Northwest has put in for and to be a location. Art has not got confirmation that they will have it, but he's waiting for that. And again, Shepard, nice job, but Lewis staying on her feet. They go out of bounds, no point. What a battle by Lewis. And then from there, they'll have a regional, which we could correlate to the men's district. And from that, then, you will have the state tournament down at the Shot for the women. So for the women, it'll be a pre-regional, a regional, and then your state tournament. All right, our Perry coach is asking a little bit of clarification here, thinking there should be 2. Not going to be given. They're going to be right back in neutral position. And again, I'll tell you what, Shepard was in great position. Lewis did a heck of a job to fight that takedown off. 43 seconds remaining here in the first period. I'm sure Shepard would like to have a little revenge from last night's match. 30 seconds remaining here in the first period. Lewis touching the mat there, checking her level, making sure she has herself in good position, both of them. And Lewis does a nice job, nice square stance there. Of course, to go into that attack position, needs to shuffle those feet just a little bit, looking for that shot. Again, so far we've had Shepard with the only leg attack at this point. Now heavy hands. She has her down. She did this last night, Lewis did. And again, Shepard coming up nicely to the legs. And boom, she's going to get 2 for this one. 2-point takedown. Shepard. Lewis breaks free. Will she have the 1? No. Time runs out. 2-0 Shepard. Again, Tej, at this 125-pound weight class, only 3 competitors. They went into a round-robin situation. Winner here will be your champion. Shepard gets choice right away, looks at the official. She wants back on her feet, neutral position. Up 2-0 as we go into period number 2. Lewis trying to stay heavy on the head, keeping those feet light, trying to get Shepard underneath her. Worked last night. Now she's done it twice here in this match, Tej, but both times Shepard with those long arms right in on the legs. Almost scored at the end of period number 1. Now again, Lewis with the pressure coming on top of the head, has that position. Again, Shepard staying square, not letting her have the angle to get around front headlock position. Shepard has the head into the corner and needs to lock those hands up. If she gets those hands locked, could be 2. Shepard, and out of bounds they go. And it appears that she did not have the hands locked to get the 2-point takedown. Back in neutral position, 1 minute remaining in period number 2. And Shepard with the blast double has it. 2-point takedown. Shepard, 4-0. Your bout score. 55 seconds remaining in period number 2. Lewis has to get those feet underneath her, get back to her base. Shepard, nice 2-on-1. Lewis, again, now she's back up to her knees, has her base back underneath her. Now needs to get that outside foot on the mat, get herself up. Shepard looking to work the cross-face cradle, has that far arm. Lewis has the hand over top. She needs to bring that hand with her as she comes to her feet. Again, wants to take that hand to the other side, get her feet up onto the mat, has that right leg kind of trapped underneath her. 24 seconds remaining. Needs to get some points here. Shepard trying to get up, or Lewis trying to get to her feet. Shepard with good pressure. Lewis cuts away. Wrestlers go out of bounds, and 1. Boy, he's going to give the escape there. 1. Wrestlers are on their feet. 4-1, 15 seconds remaining.
We pushed them. Yep, we were on our feet. We faced her. We were on our feet. We faced her.
4-1 going into, again, ending a period at number 2. 20 seconds remaining. Lewis trying to come heavy hands. They're over here on the side, pushing away. Lewis on top, trying to get position here. 1 second, and that'll end it. End of period number 2. Bout score is 4-1. Lewis has choice. Looks over at her coaches. She's going to go into referee's position. She's going down. Shepard on top. Again, Tej, Lewis on her feet. We need to see a little bit more action. I know she likes those heavy hands, trying to get her underneath. No leg attacks at this point. Shepard with 3 double legs, 1 beautiful blast double, 1 which she did not score. And Lewis right away on top. It comes in strong, and Shepard stays down low, waits for her to come in, bang, right into the double leg. 2-point takedown. Quick escape, but Lewis ran right into that one, and we have Shepard's hurt. 1-point escape. Yeah, no takedown. She was hurt. No. And when she came back in,
she's bleeding pretty good from the nose.
I was going to say, Lewis came in strong, and Shepard staying down low, anticipating the charge right into the legs. But boy, she takes one right into the nose, and boy, that hit hard.
Great job by the training staff here at Northwest. We've seen that trainer kind of sitting right here to the left of us, right on the spot to be able to take care of these ladies out here, even the guys last night competing. And, you know, Jim, we know well enough that there's so many things that get overlooked in sports, you know, whether the moms and dads bringing you to practice, all that go unseen. The training staffs, I mean, they're the ones that keep you out there. They're the ones that keep you competing, and look how quickly out there to attend to that young lady, make sure that she is A, okay, and B, get her to be able to prepare herself to get back out there and compete here in the championship match.
And I'll tell you what, TJ, and you know this better than anyone being on the football field, knowing the training staffs, obviously, you know, top shelf staff down there at Ohio State. But what I noticed at high school during our football calls is each football team has their training staff, but anytime a football player gets hurt, soccer player, same thing, I see it on the soccer field, their team's training staff comes out, but immediately so does the others' team's training staff. They kind of hover, they watch in case needed. I mean, you just can't say enough about what those folks do and making sure that these athletes are safe and get themselves back into competition. Well, Emma is going to wrestle the rest of this match. She's going to have the nose plugs in. They got her cleaned up. Coach Devine saying, let's stop that blood time. Again, they have, I believe it's 5 minutes in blood time. I'm sure if that's incorrect, our boy Brad Scarborough or Jason Atkins, they'll let me know if that's the case. But again, now they're on cleanup. No penalty against either wrestler during cleanup. Of course, injury time, not a factor here. But I'll tell you what, Emma to stay strong like that down low. She knew that Alexis was going to come in, kept that head in there. That's what took the shot to the nose. But again, 1-point escape, and right now, 2-point takedown. Our bout score at 6-3, period number 3. It's been exciting, man. You enjoying it? I know you are.
It's been a great day, man. I'll tell you what, last night was great for the extravaganza, and today rolling in here to tournament style action. Last night was cool to see how everybody that kind of stepped up and played a part to be able to fill out lineups to make sure that we could have an equally fit try match, and everything kind of went off seamlessly without a hitch. And you had so many different people playing a part. You had the one girl coming from Massillon. You had a few come down from Walsh. You had the Walsh JV, the Perry JV, the B team, so to say, come and help out because Lake wasn't able to make it over here. And for Art putting this thing on, you're expecting somebody to be there. We all know that certain situations come up, but you got to be able to adapt on the fly, right? You don't want to be like the dinosaurs, right? Adapt or die.
Adapt or die, baby.
You want Fear the Spear. You want Friday Night Extravaganza to go on, and you rely on the people, the relationships, the connections that you have within this sport. Say, hey, can you guys come up, bring some wrestlers? Boom. Look what happens. You get Claymont that came up, fill out some rosters, fill out some lineups. You get the Perry girls alongside many others, and that was nice to see. It's a community that supports each other, just like we saw Mr. Josh Kalai over here coaching up that young lady from Massillon, giving back, paying forward, like the old man Woody Hayes said.
Yep, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, it's so exciting to hear Coach Statch yesterday talking about, Miss Ludwig when she came over and said, Coach, how cool it was to have that team. So you young ladies out there, moms and dads that are listening, again, it's women v. women. If you're thinking about maybe giving it a shot, it's so cool. She said, Coach, it was so neat having those girls cheering for me, man, because she hasn't had that experience yet, right? When you're a sole survivor, you're the Lone Ranger out there on that program. You don't get that team feel, so it was great to see that last night for those young ladies.
So if you're the Lone Ranger, am I Tonto?
No, I didn't say I'm the Lone Ranger.
I said
you were. No, jeez, Pete.
You be Tonto, I'll be the Ranger.
That's it. Yes, Kimasabi. 124 remaining here in the third period. 6-3 our bout score. We're back to live action. Shepard in again with the blast double. Head high. She has it. 2-point takedown. What a turnaround from last night. 8-3 our bout score. Shepard on top, working her way to become the 125-pound Fear the Spear champion. Has the cross-face cradle, and she's trying to run it, lock it up. And it looks like she's going to get the hands. Lewis trying to keep those hands from being locked. And you can bet, TJ, these young ladies are going to see each other again down the road. Does not go with the cradle. Alexis trying to get a foot on the mat. 40 seconds remaining in the third period. And the official stopping. Going to readjust. Nose is starting to bleed again. Again, cannot wrestle when the blood is flowing. Blood time, Shepard. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know if I'm going to speak out of school or not, but just another great story about, young men or young women, an athlete that flips the switch. I had a chance to talk with Coach Petrine a little bit, of course, Tuslaw with their one young lady here. He said that, him and Coach Taves were in the locker room after the match.
Joe.
Over at Tuslaw. And he said, I'm hearing this noise. And he goes, I'm a little bit nervous, right? He goes, it's just JoJo I hear in the practice room. I'm hearing this noise. He goes, I open up the room door. Here is their heavyweight hitting double legs. And basically said, Coach, I'm tired of getting beat. He goes, I'm going to look at 215. I'm there. I can make it. And Coach said, you could see that the light switch had flipped. And how cool is that?
Hear Art back there. I'll tell you what,
I'm not really sure why time was stopped, what happened at all. Lewis was down, hit a snap down, spun around behind for 2. That should be 2 on the takedown. Let's see what they're going to sort out here a little bit. Not sure why the whistle blew. I guess, again, blood must have been the case. Yeah, it was blood. It looks like our trainer is over there working on that. 8-6 your bout score. We are under 25 seconds remaining in the match.
While we have a little break in the action here, let's talk about some of our partners here at the SMG Network on the SMG Network live streams powered by TKDS Sports. Can't do it without our good friends at Hilscher Clark Electric Company and also the Eagles FOE 190 in downtown Massillon. These presentations of high school athletics on the live streams also brought to you in part by Walsh University, Leathernecks Nation MC, Chris Vallis and his boys at CH Vallis and Associates. Contact Chris and Jimmy for all your home, auto, life, financial service needs. Save22.vet, H&H Truck Parts, Cackley Insurance, LPL Financial, Lindsay's Pizza, McNeil & Sons Tree Service, Drive Mine Group, Lace and Dagger Tattoo Company, and Nathan's Patio. Boy, I'll tell you what, this has been a great setting, Jim, here in Canal Fulton. We know
Absolutely.
The Indians very proud with their athletic director and their athletics program, and you know what they're building here. We've heard about those new facilities from AD Jason Hathaway.
Now, I will tell you this, Tej, while you talk about those new facilities, right before or just after you left to get your coffee there, I did talk to Mr. Hathaway a little bit about Tersano and EMT. I think they need a little protection on the surface and air with some of the drive-mine products. What do you think?
I'll tell you what, man. He said, what do you need? And right there, we'll tell you what you need. You come and support our guys at Drive Mine Group and making sure you're keeping your hallways clean, your classrooms, all the way into the gymnasium. Nobody does it like the Drive Mine Group. Check them out.
9-6 your bout score. As we went back to live action, Lewis gave the escape. Shepard wisely is moving herself, kind of keep away from that throw position. 4 seconds remaining, and I think Emma Shepard is going to revenge her loss from last night. Clock is running, and that's going to do it. She does. Emma Shepard, your 125-pound champion from Massillon Perry. Great match by both those young ladies, and like I said, Tej, they're going to see each other again down the road.
Well, I'll tell you what, partner. We start thinking about some Hilscher Clark electric performances. To get your nose busted open like that, to withstand it, to get the bleeding to stop, get back in there, continue the fight. Not only do that, but as a young freshman, win first place here.
A freshman. How about that, huh?
Got to think Emma Shepard's up there at the top.
It's going to be exciting to see where she's going to possibly end up, if we're going to see her down at the shot. All right, moving on to the 130-pound weight class. Wrestling on your championship mat from Massillon Perry, that's Mia Lee. Her opponent from Canal Fulton Northwest, that's Andrea Roan. And Lee with the quick takedown. Roan doing a nice job, has those hips free, cuts away nicely. Break free, get your one, needs to get that one. Oh, comes back up, head and arm, and rolled through nicely by Lee. No points either way. And the official with one swipe. Roan had an opening there and decided to go big, and Lee felt it coming, rolled her right through. 1:15 remaining in the first period. 2-0 your bout score. Roan again in good position. Hips come around. 2-point reversal. Roan has Lee on her back. And the official gets at least 2 swipes. He's going to give 2 points for the back. And 4-2 Roan very quickly taking the lead here at 130 pounds. Wow. And again, the swipes are going. Wrestlers go out of bounds. And the official is saying no points.
How cool, Jim, to see when you talk about strength of program in back-to-back championship matches here at Fear of the Spear. We are seeing Northwest and Perry squaring off.
Now, I'll tell you what, let's say it, Tej. Stark County, baby.
Yep.
Lee goes down in the referee's position, under a minute remaining in the first period. 4-2 your bout score, and Lee kind of into a Peterson situation there. And 2 points on the reversal. Lee, that'll make the score 4-4, 30 seconds remaining in the first period. A lot of action happening. Lee coming up, yep, the official there kind of behind the girls. Could have been locking hands, not given. And again, Roan trying to get to her feet. Lee with kind of a little bit of a spiral situation, doesn't have the hand on the inside, trying to come up top. Roan gets to her feet, 19 seconds, working on the hands, need to open the gate, cut the hips. Roan trying to work through, gates open, she cuts. And we have 1 point escape, 5-4 your bout score. 8 seconds remaining in the first period. And going to go big. Oh, with the head and arm. Roan 2-point takedown right at the buzzer. And 7-4 is your bout score. Wow. Choice going over to the Indians. Roan looks over to her coaches. They're going to defer over. Lee gets choice. Lee's going to go down in the second period. Again, her job needs to escape or needs to reverse the situation. Roan going to stay on top. She's going to work for the fall. Roan quickly on top. You can see Lee working that wrist underneath. Oh, the half comes in. Roan needs to jump it over. She has it. Swipes are going to stop. She's tight. This is down underneath. Official in position. Lifts the head. And there it is. The slap of the mat. Your champion at 130 pounds from Canal, Fulton Northwest, Andrea Roan. Woo! What a nice 130 bout, Mr. Downing.
Well, and again, as I mentioned, how cool that, we talk strength of program, Stark County Girls Wrestling, where it's at. We feel not only in boys wrestling, but girls wrestling, that inside of the state of Ohio, 88 counties, this is a top 5 wrestling county. And as you saw, Emma Shepard from Perry able to win her championship match against a young lady from Northwest High School. And then you know what? One of her partners that she works with in the room just went out there and got a little revenge for her, man. How about that? You got, hey, what do they call it? A revenge is a dish served cold?
Yep, absolutely. Here we are at 135 pounds. Your only 2 competitors in this weight class from Maslin Perry. Chloe Gruber, her opponent from Claymont, Melody Parrish. Now they did wrestle early on, and Parrish, it appears, looking here, had the victory as I look through. So I'm wondering if they're going 2 out of 3, and if Gruber comes away, are they going to wrestle these young ladies again later? I'm not sure what the thought here is, but again, looking at the score sheets that I have here, Melody Parrish had a fall over Chloe Gruber round number 2. Gruber had the takedown, but Parrish down, comes up and quickly escapes.
Oh, looking for the double.
And Gruber again in on the single leg. She has it. Cutting away, needs to keep running those legs, running those hips over top. No points awarded yet. 1 minute in the first period. Needs to pop that head. There it is. Slips it. 2-point takedown, Gruber. And the official blows the whistle. We're going to have an illegal move there. Maybe the hand slipped in, had a full Nelson, not sure. Going to kind of looked away here just for a moment. And 1.42 your bout score. Gruber on top. We're going to have a caution, a little bit of motion there. Caution, hand not on the elbow is the call by the official. Parrish down, trying to get herself up, and she does. Quick reversal for Parrish. Parrish drops in the half, and she has it. Gruber goes down to the belly. Parrish, and she has it sunk deep this time. Needs to settle those hips back a little bit. She's a little bit high, looking up at her coach. Oh, there it is, the fall at 135 pounds. And Melody Parrish will be your 135-pound champion. Wow.
All right, time for awards.
All right, Tej, we're going to break away for some of our awards there. See if we can. A little tough. They put that doggone clock right in the line of the podium.
Your runner-up at 120 pounds from Claymont, Jillian Patterson. And your champion at 120 from Chippewa.
And ladies are being announced. Your champion again at 120 pounds from Chippewa High School. That's Gabby Garton. And again, Gabby, a member of our Ohio national team. Hope we're going to see her again here in the spring as our freestyle team. And I think, again, the ladies possibly going into Greco this season.
Good job, ladies. Congratulations. Moving on to 125 in third place from Cloverleaf, Berkeley.
All right, at 125 pounds, handing out the awards here for the Fear the Spear. And I'll tell you what, this was an exciting match. These folks here,
And your champion from Maslin Perry,
Emma Shepard Alexis Lewis squaring off. Of course, as we said last night, Lewis with the victory. But tonight, wearing the hardware, taking the hardware home from Maslin Perry, it's the freshman, Emma Shepard. Still has that nose plug in. Boy, I'll tell you what, folks, she took a real shot. Lewis escaped. Shepard stayed down, waiting, knew the attack was coming, held her ground, took it right in the nose, got 2 points for the takedown. And from there, continued on. And again, your champion at 125 pounds.
In fourth place, from Cloverleaf, Harrigan, Bostic.
Again, you're watching the live broadcast, live stream from SMG Network of the Fear the Spear Women's Tournament at Canal, Fulton Northwest, powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric. As TJ said a little bit later, as we finish up the tournament, we will announce our Hilscher Clark Electric Wrestler of the Tournament. At 130 pounds, your champion from Canal, Fulton Northwest. She's up on the podium and just about takes out the backdrop in the back there. Congratulations to Andrea Roan. Nice job by Andrea. Again, all these young ladies with the effort, the work that they put in. Great to see the smiles. And again, we're at the end of January, what we call the run. The run is getting ready to happen. Again, we talked about the ladies. Again, this year going to have a pre-regional, kind of like the men's sectional. They'll then have a regional tournament, similar to the men's district tournament. Those locations have not been announced from what I understand. I do know Northwest has put in for a pre-regional. And then, of course, the placers, not sure it'll be how many will be coming out, 6-4, but they'll be headed down to the shot as they will compete then in our women's tournament.
Let it go.
All right, looks like we're going to gear up here for the 140-pound weight class. Not sure if Mr. Kali is going to run another award there for the 135s. And not to be, we're going to 140 pounds. So wrestling now on mat number 1 at 140 pounds. It looks like it is from Cloverleaf, Kayla Shepard. And her opponent from Howland, it'll be Madison Burns. Burns with the first take. Ooh, and the official going to stop there. We've got to watch that knee. You can see that knee turn. Madison Burns from Howland, the opponent. Whistle stop. Again, great job by the official. Athlete safety, number 1, 2-1 your score. Burns doing a nice job. I like the level change, trying to find that opening. Boy, had it right there. Didn't take the shot. I think she knew it. She kind of shook her head like, man, where was I at? Should have taken that one. But again, nice job defending. Good square stance by Shepard. Burns trying to work in and out. Going up a little bit of a hard tie situation. Oh, slips the arm. A little bit of a duck under. Very nicely done. Hangs onto that head. 4-2 as she gives the escape. 4-2 your bout score. 1 minute remaining in the first period. And down with a little quick snap down and spin behind, 6-2. Again, the escape given, 6-3, your bout score. Again, here comes the duck under. Again, Burns, nice job with that. Again, gets the 2 points, secures the control. Gives the escape to Shepard as they're back on their feet, 8-4, your score. Again, heavy hands. Again, the duck under on the left-hand side. Shepard looks up, looks as she's got her. Burns looks up, looks as she has her 2. And the escape given, 29 seconds remaining in the first period. Again, the duck under is there. Tell you what, if I'm Miss Shepard, I'm thinking about I don't want a collar tie. The collar tie is not for me. Boy, low single. Looked a little reminiscent of John Smith there with that low shoe top single. And again, the takedown, the escape. 12 seconds remaining, 14-7 your bout score. Shepard just cannot defend this offensive onslaught on her feet. Oh, now into the fireman's carry. Burns has it. She's going to get 2 right to the back, and the whistle blows. No back points. End of period number 1, 16-7 Burns.
I hear a little John Smith reference?
Absolutely, man. That little show top single, man, that guy.
Okay.
Deadly.
We talking about the Mormon? We talking Brigham Young, John Smith?
No, that's not the one that we have.
Okay. Just making sure. I'm related to Brigham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, I tell you, I found out a couple of people I was related to here recently, and one of them I just going to shake my head. 145 remaining, 16-7 your bout score. Burns in on the double leg, hips back a little bit, kind of walk in. Knee, she's pounding up, trying to walk that double leg up. Goes to the single leg, needs to pop the head, does so. 2-point takedown, Burns. And again, what has been most of first period, she's going to let her go. Back on their feet, 18-8. Your score, again, remember, needs 15-point differential for a tech fall. And again, to the duck under. Again, Shepard needs to stay away from that head. Forget that collar tie. Go with some wrist control 2-on-1. That collar tie isn't doing it with Burns' duck under. 20-9, your bout score. About 1 minute remaining in period number 2. And the carry again. They're going to go out of bounds. No points given as they'll head back to the center neutral position. Man, I seen you over there taking some pictures there at the podium, buddy. How's it look over there?
It looked great, you know, but I just, you got to feel for Emma Shepard. Now, I know all these girls are warriors out here, but again, as I was taking Kaylee Miller-Grimm's picture last night, you know, she just comes off the mat. She wins our Hilscher-Clark Electric Performance of the evening, and, you know, she's on the phone, and, you know, ladies still, hey, you want to look and feel pretty as well. So I took her picture, and she said, hey, can I see that? I got to make sure it's a good pic, right? I said, I got
No,
you.
she didn't.
Hey, on my Mormon Bible, I shall not lie. And she said, you know, I want to make sure I got a good-looking picture. And she did, and I'll tell you what, we put a great graphic out there, courtesy of our friends at Hilscher-Clark Electric Company, for everybody to be able to see her and kind of celebrating her success last night. And you think about Emma Shepard up there. She gets she gets Clay Wanger coming over, giving her trophy, getting her medal for around her neck. And poor girl's up there trying to take a picture, and she's got plugs up her nose and just blood all over her face. Like, you know, she's and I could kind of see it in her eyes. She's like, this is the picture that everybody's going to be looking at when they think of me, and I'm just up here looking like I just went through a war, which she did. But you know what? Part of going through war, coming out on the back end of it, is winning, standing at the top, showing your battle scars, right, partner?
Absolutely, man.
She definitely got it, man.
Be proud, young lady.
There's a handful of nose plugs stuffed up in there, but
that's all right. Well, 140-pound weight class has complete, and your winner, Madison Burns, does finish with the fall. Again, whether that was tech fall or fall, she was definitely in control of that match. Congratulations to that young lady. Going to 145 pounds. Again, we have two competitors here. Let's see what they're going to do. They did wrestle in round at number 2. This is Kaylee Miller-Grimm from Maslin Perry, our Hilscher-Clark Electric wrestler of the Friday Night Extravaganza, and Layla Patterson from Canton South. So let's see what we're going to have here. In the round number 2, the ladies wrestled, and it was a tech fall by Miller-Grimm, 19-0.
Melody Parrish from Claymont, she was our 135 champ.
From Claymont.
Right before we went to break?
That was our champion. All right, the official is over at the table trying to decide here maybe what we're looking at, what we're going to do.
Did they not save that one? You shouldn't have a 140. It should be a 155. We're up to 155. That's what's next.
145 to the girl from Canal, not the girl from Perry.
They already wrestled. They already wrestled.
Gotta love Chris Jr., man, just getting everybody in line, saying, listen, guys, don't mess up this process that I've set up here. Get them going in the right direction. Let's give you a little rattle off here of our champions thus far here today for the first annual Fear the Spear. We're getting a chance to see Kaylee Miller-Grimm. She's going to be coming up out here, taking on a lady from South. But for the 100-pound weight class, your first place, your winner was Ellie DiFiore of Canton South. At 110, it was Maddie Beggart from right here on her home turf. Northwest lady doing a great job. We're going to continue to follow her all the way down to the shot. That's going to be March 9th, 10th, and 11th. We'll be down there for you. Make sure to check in with us. We'll be rocking alongside not only Wrestle One tournaments, but our good friends at the OHSAA. And at 115, it was Kayla Morshawn, the Chippewa. And then back right after at 120, another Chippewa, Gabby Garton, one of those girls that Jim and Chris Kalai had a chance to call last year for the state championships when we had sanctioned for the first time ever ladies standing at the top of the podium. At 125, it was Emma Shepard from Perry. At 130, it was Andrea Roan of Northwest. And at 135, Melody Parrish, sporting those pinstripes, partner, the Claymont Mustang.
Absolutely.
Getting it done. And most recently here, 140, as you just called it, partner, from Howland out of Warren, Madison Burns. So that's your rundown of champs thus far here this afternoon. We'll continue to kind of rattle through here as we're, would you say we're over the halfway mark?
Oh, absolutely.
Who has stuck out to you thus far?
I got two in my head, brother.
All right, okay,
I got two.
If you're coming from my point of view here, I'll tell you, Emma Shepard
Hit search, guys.
having a battle
That's
through.
one of mine.
That's one of them for me. I'll tell you what, Melody Parrish from Claymont, she wrestled tough. It's hard to say, you know.
I'll tell you what, that wasn't my second.
Ellie DeFiore from Canton South got it done within the first minute of the first period. Strong, coming out the blocks. First ever Fear the Spear champion at 100 pounds.
I can relate to that one, but I'll tell you what, I'm looking over at Kayla Morishon. I know how tough Candace Spry is. You know, we knew that match would be tight. It was tight, and to come away with a fall, I mean, she's right now one of the two that I have, and I can't defute the first champion, right?
I like where your head's at, though, partner,
But,
because Art Kali came over to us before that match. He said, this young lady from Tri-Valley, you've seen her on a national level, Jim.
Yep.
She's got a nasty head and arm, a bull coming straight ahead at you. And Kayla Morishon showed us what great wrestling is all about.
I just got to say, the steady progression from move to move, kept wrestling, fought off the position, and came out on top. So right now for me, it's either going to be Emma Shepard if I don't see anything more down, or Kayla Morishon, and we'll talk about it as we get closer. Right now, though, at 145 pounds, again, only two participants at this weight class. They wrestled earlier in round number 2. That's Kaylee Miller-Grimm, our Hilscher Clark wrestler from last night. Her opponent from Canton South, Layla Patterson. Round number 1, Miller-Grimm came away with a tech fall. Leads the bout right now 2-0, under a minute to go in the first period. So looking ahead, Tej, it looks like we have we have 3 weight classes yet to go. So we'll see what's going to happen. And Miller-Grimm, nice job, has the legs in, pinches those hips tight, working up on top of that head underneath because the half needs to jump it to the right. And nice job by Patterson. I'll tell you, reaching up, pulling that half off. Like to see her look away from that half a little bit, but did come up, pull it down, get it off. 20 seconds remaining.
Tell you another one to look forward here coming up, partner. You're going to have West Branch and Carrollton squaring off, I believe, in the final match of the evening.
Yep.
Allborn is going to take on Brink. That's going to be a banger.
That's going to be a good one. I'll tell you what, the next match, right? The young lady from Norton, Laura Ludwig. But I'll tell you what, she has got a heck of an opponent in Isabella Adams. That's a tall order. End of the first period here at 145 pounds. Miller-Grimm in command, 2-0 your lead. Choice goes over to the Perry wrestler. Looking over a Coach Define. They're talking it over. And Grimm says, I'm going to go down. Referee's position.
You know, I hope a lot of our listeners out there, we say hello to you and thank you for streaming us live today, this afternoon, last evening, for all the wrestling productions that we put out there. We thank you for being a fan, following it, supporting it, sharing it to the masses. But remember a lot of these names, Jim, because we have seen elite girls wrestlers today. These are going to be girls that will be down there middle of March.
No, you know, I'll tell you what, only 50 girls total in the first annual Fear the Spear tournament. Out of that 50, I'm telling you, you're going to see at least, I won't go half, I'd say at least 10 to 15. It'll be close to half, but you're going to see them again down at the shot. And, you know, hopefully we're going to call them on Sunday evening in the finals.
And that's how you build an elite tournament. When we talk about having our own girls tournament, what Art Kali has done here for this first year, this is how you make it elite, right? You've got to make it credible. You've got to have great wrestlers, and we've seen that today.
No, totally agree with you, brother. We've seen some really good wrestling. Miller-Grimm trying to come in with the head and arm there. But I'll tell you what, nice job by Patterson fighting that head and arm off. Needs to do what we call check the oil there a little bit. But coming through, let her pop that head, get 2 on the takedown. And is she going to get a 2-point takedown, Patterson? Boy, I'll tell you what, first round, tech fall, 19-0. And right now, your score 3-2. As Patterson trying to slip those legs in, Going to have an illegal move. 1 point going to Grimm. Didn't see what it was, but Ms. Patterson listens to the official, takes the counseling there. 4-2, your bout score, just about a minute remaining here in period number 2. Tell you what, Patterson, nice long body there. Again, you can see the body structures. Patterson much taller than the Miller Grimm body structure. Miller Grimm a little bit more shorter, a little bit more compact, which I can relate to through the years. But I tell you what, you can get a cradle working with this Patterson girl, or maybe a little bit to really work those legs a little bit, use moves that are advantageous to that body structure. And I tell you what, Teej, looking here, you want to guess what grade she's in?
Frosh.
You got it, brother. She is a Frosh. And I'll tell you what, I like what I see out of this young freshman. We know Miller Grimm is solid. And I'm really impressed here, round number in our championship round.
Solid.
Boy, I'll tell you what, nice deep. Has that half Nelson. Not really sure what to do with that right arm. Leg coming in on the right side, trying to pull her back. Again, reinforced half would be nice right about that position. Not to be. As Miller Grimm goes down, that'll end period number 2, 4-2, your bout score.
How many people do you see come out in their first year and you're already saying they are a solid wrestler? I think that's the progression of Kaylee Miller Grimm, you know, using those other sports like a rugby. I know our guy Bull's out there listening, Jason Doyle. I got a chance to see Doug Higgins. These guys are the gentlemen who took what Danny Sturtz built and wanted to see happen, which was put rugby in every high school in the area. And you know what? For a first-year competitor like Kaylee Miller Grimm, to say she's solid, that's saying a lot about her skill set.
No, absolutely. Oh, and stepping up or coming up, Grimm trying to get out of position. As she does, she's going to get some back points, Patterson is, but a Grimm fights through, and we're going to have a reversal here. 3 points on the back, 2-point reversal, 6-5 our bout score. Wow, from a 19-0 first bout to 6-5, this match still in doubt. No winner at this point. 1:30 remaining in period at number 3. Patterson has the arm, trying to come up, getting those hips over. Grimm keeping those hips, needs to drop those hips a little bit, coming up high, going to try to cross face, get some back points here, not to be.
There's a lot of resiliency in that young lady from Perry. Handling
and
adversity.
Again, Grimm coming in, throws in both the boots, stretches it out, pinches those hips down, and half Nelson goes in immediately. Might want to get herself settled back a little bit, get that wrist. Oh, and the official's going to stop. It looks like we're going to have a full Nelson, probably the other hand slipped in there. Full Nelson, I would guess, is the call. 1 point, 6-6, 1 minute remaining in period number 3. And Miller Grimm looks at the official. She's going to give the 1 point escape, going to put them on their feet. That's going to give Patterson a 1 point lead at this point. 1:06 remaining, 7-6 your bout score.
Can't understate what Gary Define said last night to these young ladies from Perry. How do you handle adversity? Kaylee Miller Grimm's dealing with it right now. She's had the deficit. She took the lead. Now she's losing again, and she's on top.
Patterson with the shot. Miller has a hit spot. There's 2 point takedown. Miller Grimm
back and
has
forth,
it.
Jimmy B. Back and forth.
8-7, 45 seconds remaining. Miller Grimm a little bit too high. I'd like to see her settle back. She's trying to get that second leg in to try to stretch that out a little bit. Patterson, if she can get that right leg up, Miller Grimm is in a little bad position there, up a little bit high. We're going to see if we can turn the hips the other way. And it comes across nicely with the cross face underneath that chin. 24 seconds remaining. We'll see if she can hang on here. Patterson trying to build that base. Wrestlers go out of bounds. Going to have a fresh start at 17 seconds. Now, I'll tell you what, Teej, all Patterson needs to think about here, get me one, get me into overtime, give me a chance to get back on my feet. Patterson goes down. Grimm knows what she needs to do. 17 seconds remaining. Patterson is set. Referee's position. Official tells Miller Grimm.
She leans on that old rugby skill set.
Here
Toughness,
we go.
not letting her get away.
Not much of an explosion underneath by Patterson. 13 seconds. Again, Patterson trying to get those hips around it. Rather see her come up. Not going to be 5 seconds. Still has time if she can get her feet. She does. Feet come up. 4 seconds. Man, she kind of went the wrong way with that 1 second, and that's going to do it. 8-7 your final. Kaylee Miller-Grimm, your champion at 145 pounds. But I'm going to tell you what, TJ.
Shout out to both of those girls, Jimmy B. They just battled. Warrior stuff.
Your freshman there losing in round 2 by a Tech Fall 19-0 to come back and put on that kind of performance. Hats off. All right, moving to the 155-pound weight class. Only 3 more weights to go there, Tej. On the championship mat from Chippewa, we're going to have Isabella Adams, her opponent from my alma mater, Norton High School, Laurel Ludwig. On the mat for 3rd and 4th from Canal, Fulton Northwest, we'll have Ariana Fowler, her opponent from Maslin Perry, Scarlett Grace.
Jim, just kind of finishing up on the backside of that match right there. It's one of those deals where you don't want to see anybody lose. You know somebody's going to have to lose. But I'll tell you what, the girl that's in front of us here right now, as we're getting her on camera, just a young freshman, shout out to her, man. Do you call it a moral victory?
Absolutely.
You take something away from there, even though you're not going to stand at the top of the podium. That one right there is going to stick with you because you know you can survive and battle somebody tough. She'll lean on that. That'll pay dividends for her maybe 2-3 years down the line from now.
No, absolutely. As a freshman, if I'm her coach, just telling her, look at round number 2, look what the score is, look how you close the gap. We talk a lot about that, especially in wrestle-offs. I'll tell you a 2-point takedown for Isabella Adams. One thing that I've heard that many programs have gone away from at the high school level is, wrestle-offs on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. And I would counsel young coaches, don't take that away. I mean, that is a measuring stick for all your wrestlers in the room. I understand it takes time. That's why they kind of don't do as many as we used to do in the past. Challenges we used to call them because it takes practice time. But, man, that is a room measuring stick, showing how much you have worked in the practice room, how close you're getting to that varsity wrestler, or maybe even overtaking that varsity wrestler. So, I'll tell you what, lot said there in that match. Well done, Miss Patterson. 41 seconds remaining here in the 155-pound weight class. Isabella Adams with a nice duck under. She now has a little power half here. She's trying to run on top, reinforcing that. And Miss Ludwig doing a nice job looking away. But again, Adams so skilled, drops the legs in on the far side, comes across with a little scoop of the chin, and gets 3 points on the back. That'll make the score 5-0, 10 seconds remaining in period number 1. Again, comes back to the reinforced half, trying to get position there. Ludwig this time going to hold tight there and not going to go over. That'll do it. Period number 1 is done. 5-0 Chippewa.
We talk about certain situations throughout a season, throughout a career, stuff paying dividends, whether it's learning from your losses and carrying that, allowing you to have future successes and turn losses into victories. I think that's the story of Isabella Adams. I said it before. She was over there at Ironman, first time women of Ironman wrestling at the most elite tournament in the country. Didn't end the way she wanted to, but she's used that fuel to her fire, paying dividends now as she's in a championship match here today.
Absolutely.
And leading big.
Leading big, 5-0. We're underway into the second period. Isabella chose down. Oh, and Ludwig with the nice, brings it back hard. And again, Laurel trying to get that half Nelson in. Has a nice pressure on top of the head with that right forearm. Adams fighting it off. Nice base underneath as she tries to knee slide herself up. But Ludwig puts in the half Nelson. Again, got to be careful with that. And that's something the girls will learn over time. Got to be careful dropping that in when the other wrestler is on their knees. You want to either put that right hand kind of down into the inner thigh, create kind of a spiral ride situation, have a wrist, something, because you kind of really take the pressure off those hips when you drop that half in from the backside. Reaching 1 minute here in period number 2, 5-0 our bout score. Again, Adams taking down, has the wrist. Ludwig doing a nice job on top. Again, it'll be Ludwig's choice, period number 3. And Laurel bringing her back on top. Ooh, a little dangerous. Brought her back on top, but comes out just fine. Again, good pressure. Adams needs to get a foot on the mat, try to get those hips up just a little bit. Ludwig riding very nicely on top. Nice knee pressure with that right knee between the legs. Now the foot comes up. Adams Goes down. She's going to step over. Ludwig kind of lost her balance, and that'll be the reversal. 2 points on the reversal. 7-0 your bout score. 20 seconds remaining in period number 2. Right away, right into the reinforced half. This time the pressure is there. Official with the swipes. Ludwig in a tough spot here to fight through. Steps across. She's parallel. Let's see if she can get that far shoulder down. Official does. Slaps the mat. Fall. Champion, 155 pounds from Chippewa, Isabella Adams.
And Isabella Adams, winner by fall on mat 1.
And again, Ludwig needs to keep her head up. I'll tell you what, I think she is placed in every tournament she's been in, whether it be, wherever that place was in the top 6, I think at minimum. And today we'll take second place, but again, Teach taking it from a very worthy opponent in Isabella Adams. Well, we're going to move over to the award stand as we're going to hand out some awards here. Again, the Fear of the Spear. Again, really cool awards. I hope TJ gets a chance. I know he's got a bunch of pictures there of the ladies on the podium, but really take a look at the plaque. Those are custom-made plaques, especially for this tournament. Again, want to thank Chris Kalai of Wrestle One Tournaments, as he was the one that came up with that design and had things put together for the young ladies. Also, they have a nice medal that they can display on their mantle at home. Put that plaque on the wall and medal right there on the corner. Again, handing out our awards over there. The lovely Clay Winger from Mount Union University. Again, the women's coach over there, as he is scouting, I'm sure, some of the future Purple Raiders to join his team in the years to come. Madeline Burns from Howland going on top of the podium, as she is our champion. 2 weight classes to go here, and then we'll be wrapping it up for our Saturday coverage of women's wrestling right here at Canal Fulton High School. Again, doing a great 2 days. I want to again thank Mr. Hathaway, the athletic director here, Art Kalai, of course, the head wrestling coach for the Indians. 2 great concepts he came up with. Of course, Friday usually the night for either 2-day tournaments in wrestling. But he decided to make an extravaganza, a tri-meet with both the women and the men last night. Great job on both sides of the mat. Kaylee Miller-Grimm moving herself up to the podium as she is the champion. I don't see Miss Patterson up there, so that may have been a situation. Again, just like the men, the women have 14 weight classes. It could be that Kaylee was the champion of her weight class, moved up, so make sure that she could get some matches today. So we will see here with the next call. That has to wrestle yet there. So I'm working here with Mr. Kalai. Is it the young lady from the Patterson girl? So I didn't see her go up with Kaylee Miller-Grimm.
Well, the South girl, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, she got second.
Oh, she didn't see her up there. That's all I have.
Go up there.
That was 145.
Right, Layla.
And then 155 just wrestled. That's here. That's next. So right now we're ready to wrestle 170. Oh, you want that to announce? Oh, okay. Well, Art and I kind of figuring things out here, whether we're announcing awards to the podium or wrestlers to the mat. He wanted the wrestlers to the mat. All right, 2 weight classes to go here at the first annual Fear of the Spear. And we're going into the 170-pound weight class. All right, wrestling at 170 pounds from Carrollton. This is Kaylee DeLauder, and from Fairless, we have Katie Beresford. Beresford, the lone Fairless wrestler here today. Again, we have so many firsts for many of our high schools. She is one of the first Falcon women's wrestler. And wrestling for third and fourth from Cloverleaf, Amelia Reinkars, and her opponent from Canal Fulton Northwest, Sophia McKinney. So that's where you heard the crowd going a little bit wild there, is cheering on the hometown favorite McKinney as she's looking to take a third place here. But again, focusing our attention on our first place mat. Again, 0-0 our score going into 1 minute. Beresford, nice job, heavy hands there. DeLauder trying to get that duck under situation. Again, you can see a little bit of body structure difference. Beresford a little bit taller than DeLauder. We'll see if they use those techniques that are helpful for those body structures. Again, nice job, little collar tie there. Trying to work into position. Oh, I like that. Nice job, DeLauder, fighting back inside. Like to see one of them use something with that collar tie, and Beresford trying to pull her down to the mat, getting a little bit of pressure on top. Again, right back into the collar tie. 20 seconds remaining in period number 1. Beresford trying to get her underneath. She does this time. Let's see if she can get her to the mat. She needs to get her down, kind of in a front headlock position, though, has both arms trapped. And again, something she'll learn over time, trying to drop into the head and arm. Steps over, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, no points. They'll break free. And that'll do it. Period number 1 is in the books. We'll see where we go with the coin toss. Choice going over to the Fairless wrestler. Looks over at her coach and says, I'm going to defer. And again, love to see it. DeLauder looking over at her coach. He says, coach says, hey, we're going to go down. So DeLauder is going to go down in the referee's position. DeLauder needs to work for the escape or reversal on top. Beresford will be looking for back points or the fall position. DeLauder is set. Official looks. Beresford instructed to mount. And looks like we have a little bit of a discussion here, a little question. Yep, just kind of sorting out. So we had to defer, right? That's what the official helping our clock person work that a little bit. All right, looks like they've got everything straightened out here. DeLauder will be down in period number 2. Again, Beresford did defer. All right, looks like we're ready to go into period number 2. One more weight class to go here in the first annual Fear the Spear. Again, you're joining TJ Downing and Jimmy B right here at Canal Fulton Northwest. SMG Network's live stream of women's wrestling, powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric. And TJ, again, I don't know, man. So far, I'm hanging with my 2. I'm not sure which way I'm going to go. I'm still hanging right now with Marshawn or Shepard for my Hilscher Clark Electric Wrestler of the tournament.
I still want to see how things play out here over the next 2. I'm really looking forward to this Brink and Allborn match. But I'll tell you what, it made a lot of sense what you said there, partner. The style of that Tri-Valley lady, the way she's aggressive, pushing forward, wants to be physical, and we just saw great wrestling from Kayla. I mean, the Chippewa, I just had a chance to go down there and take a picture with her and her coaches. Got all the Chips that have won a medal here. We've got 3 of them that stood at the top of the podium. And, you know, it showed true wrestling, strategy, understanding of the fundamentals, knowing what to do when put into a position where somebody's charging at you. Listen, the old adage, right? Everybody's got a plan until they're punched in the mouth. That's like the old Mike Tyson saying. Yeah. And the Tri-Valley girl is the type that wants to come out and punch you in the mouth right away. Be physical with you and aggressive. At that point, you got to play with your mind. And I saw that from Kayla. And that's as much of a Hilscher Clark Electric performance as there can be.
No, and I'll tell you what I really liked about Marshawn was her composure. Didn't see a change in the face. Didn't see it, you know, head down, head high, smiles, anything. Steady, steady, steady. 50 seconds remaining here in period number 1. And we had locking hands was an early call on Beresford, so an early point lead for DeLauder. as we go into 40 seconds. DeLauder again trying to get up, but I'll tell you what, Beresford. Again, half Nelson is in, has that near ankle, lifts it, trying to get some leverage here to take it over. DeLauder goes down. Will she go over the way over? She does. The swipes have started. She needs to work out toward the head a little bit. Official down in position. And 20 seconds remaining. Let's see if she can get the fall here before time runs. Oh, there it is! And the fall, and your champion at 170 pounds from Fairless High School, Katie Beresford. Wow, nice job.
You know, Jim, if I can speak on something here real quick.
Speak away, brother. Preach it, baby.
When we talk about building programs, when you're a Massillon who's got one lady wrestler who they sent over here, and you got Fairless who's got one lady wrestler here, that's how you do it, right? If there's only one, but they come to a tournament like this and they win it all, that I think kind of attracts other ladies walking the hallways to say, you know what? If she can do it, I can do it. And I want to go out there. She looks like she's having a bit of fun out there, kicking butt, winning a championship at Fear the Spear. I think that right there will do as much for the Fairless Falcon lady wrestling program as anything they do or she does this entire season.
You know, you got your Swami hat on there, brother, because I'll tell you what, that's exactly what Coach Stats has said about Laurel.
That's how you get more girls in the room, right?
He said, you know what, you got to start with one, then I'm going to use that, use her success, use her to help bring out other girls onto the team.
Listen, let's not get it twisted. All these dudes would like to be like Coach Vanessa and Dom DeSabato, who also won a state championship the same year you coached Mr. Stats to a state championship. Yep. You know, a highlighted list down there, our buddy John Lowry, his uncle, his brother, we'll call it brother-in-law. Emil Sunland took second. You had a guy, my Ohio State brethren, Denisha Yates. He won that year as well. I mean, that was a power-packed state championship, right?
Yep.
But for these coaches, yeah, they all want to be like, they'd all like to have it be like Olentangy Orange, where you got like 30 girls in the room. I mean, but that's not realistic for as early as we are into this thing. So the foundation you talked about, like a Norton, like a Fairless, to have that success from your lone girl, program builder, right?
No, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, coming out swinging right here at the 190-pound weight class, that's Jocelyn Brink. Brink trying to go the head and arm, slipped nicely by Riley Alburn from Carrollton High School, gets the 2-point takedown.
Another young freshman partner.
I'll tell you what, just about went out of bounds. Oh, and Brink with the leg pulls it up underneath. Let's see if she can get her hips up. Needs to get that knee off the mat, get a little bit of position on that. Alburn trying to keep that leg in. Has the half Nelson on the far side. Let's see if she can force it underneath. The head is buckled. We'll see. Ref official not going to. Oh, the swipes have started. We've got back points. A minimum of 2 going to be given. He gets the 5. That's 3 for the Carrollton wrestler. Woo! Well, I'll tell you what, real quick, the thing, again, Vanessa's done a great job down there, Dom and those guys building that program. But let's be fair. Olentangy's a pretty doggone big high school. You got a lot of people to draw from, or young, ladies to draw from.
I believe working on their 4th high school down there now.
You're talking. You look at Doylestown, Northwest, Norton, these smaller D2, D3 schools. Not quite as many ladies to pull from, but again, it's just what you said earlier. You got to build the foundation. The young lady Beresford from Fairless is going to do that over at Fairless. You got Ludwig's going to do it over at Norton. The young lady from Massillon will be the first. And that's what I think is always cool, right? I'm telling you what, to be the pioneer, to be the first one as you're building, that's pretty cool.
Thanks for keeping me grounded, partner. I was elevating a little bit too much there. You brought me back down to reality, man. I love it.
Why? What'd I do? And 2 points for Alborn again. And 2 points red. He gave the switching that over. So, now Alburn into the half Nelson again. Nice job by Brink as she fights it off. 26 seconds remaining. And I'm not sure that we have 2 points for Brink. I'm not sure they haven't switched it over. I think our score should be 7-0. But
Alborn, Jim, very active on the back. You see her working side to side. Now she's going up top. I mean, just for a young freshman, again, one of those girls, you had her on the microphone at Ironman. She wants success.
Yep. Oh, boy, drops that half in. Here comes the hips. Nice pressure, swipes. 1 second, only going to get 2. Whoa, nice job. And our Carrollton coach going to walk over, wants to get a little bit of clarification. I think that score needs to be turned around a little bit. Should have 2 points on the back. Should be 9-0, I think, should be our score.
I don't know if you got Mr. Belding walking the hallways here, man, but I'll tell you what, that had Saved by the Bell written all over it.
Oh,
'Cause if there's about
absolutely.
10 seconds left, Auburn's going to get the fall right there.
No, and that's what I think we're going to be looking at here in period number 2.
Tell you what, our guy Jason Hathaway down there, he's rocking a little bit of that AC Slater hairdo, man.
I did kind of notice
Gotta
that.
love him, man. What a
Yeah,
guy.
absolutely. Think he uses any product?
No, I think he wakes up. That's natural.
Oh, that's natural.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And I'll tell you what, man, bold statement. No hat, nothing, just coming in, letting it fly. It's kind of how that guy rolls, man. It's awesome.
He's rocking the Scarborough, man. We were teasing him a little bit over at Top Gun. We
The
said, man,
Scarborough.
the guy,
Brad doesn't have one damn hair out of place.
the guy wakes up in the morning and it looks like that. I mean,
know.
You know, he's out there. He's officiating, you know, going through the paces on the mat. Hair is perfect. And just,
Perfect. You talk about
you
a
know,
GQ official. That is the epitome of a GQ official.
Jealousy was at an all-time high, man.
Oh,
He's like
always
one of those
jealous.
guys, they take off their helmet. It's like, have you been sweating? No. I mean, what have you been doing? Competing. And you just look good. You know? It's a
Absolutely.
quarterback thing, I guess.
Well, yeah. Okay. Second period, we're underway. Oh, and Brink going to go up top. No! And I'll tell you what, Auburn, Brink trying to head and arm. Auburn steps the hips inside, takes it the other way. Again, good thing that out-of-bounds line was there, or it could have been the end. Boy, again, Auburn underneath, fighting through, drops those hips. And, oh, look at that. I'll tell you what, nice. Arch those hips nicely. You don't. What a throw as she comes down. Official, 2-point takedown. She's in position. I don't think she's coming out of this one, Teej, and needs to settle back, both shoulders. And there it is. It started with a pin, and it ends with a pin, and the way it should be for the first annual. Outstanding. Wow.
Every one of these championship matches that we just saw were all great wrestling matches. For those that got to tune in and see that, you know, we appreciate you streaming us live on the SMG networks, but, you know, for the first annual, first time you do it, I mean, you said, Jim, out of 50 girls competing here, you're probably at least going to see 10 to 15 of them that will make their way down to the shot.
Yes.
We had girls here that competed down at the shot last year, but every one of these championship matches, none of them disappointed. That's why I think, you know, we talk about maybe 3-4 different girls could be our Hilscher Clark Electric performer. I know that I'm with you. The Kayla Morishon kind of sticks out to me as well for what she had to deal with. But, I mean, from start to finish, pins, you know, just you look at Emma's match.
Sound technique.
Goes the
grit.
distance, bleeding, blood,
Yeah,
nose
gotta let the
plugs,
blood.
fighting through it, still getting the
That's right.
victory. How about our ladies that went back and forth? Kaylee Miller-Grimm, her and the freshman, you know, back and forth. Back
Absolutely.
and forth. Score keeps changing, going the distance. Who's going to handle adversity? Who's going to come out on top? Nothing about this thing disappointed today, and I'll tell you what, hats off to Art Kali. I give a round of applause to him. And look, the guys are trying to take out stats down here. Oh, this is what you want to see right here.
I see 3. Now there's 4. It's going to take it. Well, that young man's probably not getting in with the boot. That didn't take long. I don't think they had enough, that's for sure. Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to give the last bit of awards here. Again, Clay Winger doing a nice job handing those out. Again, the head women's coach over at Mount Union, as TJ is going to run over there and get some final pictures. Now, again, I know that they do have a most valuable wrestler here. I saw ballots being collected, so we'll try to get Art Kali to give us the winner of that award.
From Chippewa, Isabella.
And there's Laurel Ludwig to second place at her weight class again. Coming from my alma mater, great to see Coach Stats over there getting his pictures. And of course our champion from Chippewa High School, Isabella Adams. Isabella also a member of our USA Ohio freestyle team over the years. Hope we see her again come springtime.
In fourth place from Northwest, Sophia.
And moving along there as the awards are given out, last few weight classes. Well, I hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. Again, our next presentation will be Wednesday evening. We're going to be over at Jackson High School, where we're going to bring you adaptive wheelchair basketball. And I'm telling you what, folks, you are in for an extreme treat. It is, again, I've run the PA over there for the last 3 to 4 years for those groups. I've watched the Jackson team develop. You know, you can have athletes that are in kindergarten playing against seniors. There is no, aged or, middle school, high school. It's just, those that want to participate. The adaptive sports program, of course, I believe their leader out of the Worcester area, Mrs. Holloway. Her daughter was a member of the Worcester team, now is officiating in the program, which is great to see. So if you're not doing anything Wednesday evening, man, take a look. We'll have that out posted. It'll be, not sure if that'll be Channel 1, Channel 2, but we'll make sure so you can watch a little bit of adaptive sports wheelchair basketball.
At 190 pounds from Carrollton, Riley Alborn.
And at 190 pounds, Riley Alburn, your champion, as she makes her way up onto the podium. And again, we do have our most valuable wrestler. We'll have that announcement here shortly. I think Art has all of his ballots have been turned in. Oh, we're actually going to give away 2 outstanding wrestling.
I want to let you know that the awards, like I said, the plaques were made by the folks over at Wrestle One.
All right, partner.
Hey, they're about ready to give the most valuable wrestler. We're going to have 2 of them, so I'm trying to listen to Mr. Kali here.
Are you going to piggyback? See.
Gabby Garten.
It's okay.
She's one of our outstanding wrestlers.
See if they're on the same wavelength as us. I don't know if they can give it to 2 Chippewas.
Well, again, it's coach's choice, so you never know. We'll see what happens here.
Is he going to homer it, throw a Northwest girl in here?
No. Whoever they voted for. I don't see any ballot stuffing happening. No 2020 election. This is the upper weights.
Madison Burns.
Madison Burns from Howland. Outstanding. So I guess what they did is they had a lightweight or lower weights, most valuable wrestler, and a little bit more for your upper weight. So, all right, brother, it's time. We got to make a choice. I know where I'm going.
I'm with you. I'm with Kayla Morshawn. I think she's deserving of
Good
it
call.
with what she had to deal with, and so she'll be our most outstanding wrestler. That's not her right there. Is that Gabby or is that Kayla?
No, I don't know. That's not Kayla there. I know the coach is there. Let me see if we can see Kayla. If we can get her over here maybe a little bit. Here she comes. I think she's coming behind you here on the right. That's Kayla. Isn't that Kayla there?
Your runner-up from Chippewa with 72 points.
She's busy. She's in the zone. I'll tell you
No,
what.
you got to be out of the zone now. It's over.
Right, the zone's over.
Let me go ask the coach real quick here. Hang tight.
All right, go ahead. We got them Art Kali Awards coming down the line, and we want to give a special shout out to everybody that's tuned us. Hey, thank you for everyone streaming us live here on the SMG Network live streams today. Powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric Company, your Hilscher Clark Electric Performance Electric Performer of the day. That goes to Kayla Morshawn from Chippewa. Great job to her. Salute to her. Ours from yesterday was Kaylee Miller-Grimm from Perry. She also was a champion today. And we'll get a chance here now to hear from the young lady as we welcome her on. Here we go. We got our Hilscher Clark Electric Performer of the day. Jimmy B, take it away, man.
All right, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, now on with us, our Hilscher Clark Electric Wrestler of the Tournament from Chippewa High School, Kayla Morshawn. Did I say that right?
Yes.
All right. Congratulations. What a great tournament you had. I'll tell you what, that finals match, I know, I got to ask, right? I mean, because I don't know if you know, I deal a lot with our women's team.
Yes.
I kept saying, were you with us in freestyle? Have you been out with our Ohio freestyle team yet?
No.
Out to Fargo. Okay, I wasn't sure. And I think Candace Spry, though, I believe, has been on our roster at some point. So I knew you had a heck of an opponent out there. Tell us a little bit about that finals match. It was outstanding.
Well, I guess I don't really know. I guess I just wrestled. I stayed with it even, I guess, through a match. In the end, I caught her in a cradle, and that's how the match ended. So.
Absolutely. And have you wrestled Candace before, or is that the first time you two have squared off?
Well, I wrestled her in preseason once.
In preseason.
Yeah.
Well, and again, I've known her. I've seen her body of work. In fact, the Northwest coach, Mr. Kali, came over prior to the match. He goes, she's got a heck of a head and arm. And I'll tell you what, you probably, and coaches, and I know your coaches, they do a great job over there. I know they had you prepared. I didn't see any head and arm. I seen her coming strong. But what I was telling my partner is you just kept your composure the whole match. I mean, I didn't see, smile. I didn't see frown. You were down a little bit. You just kept battling and kept battling. And as you said, come out on top with that cradle at the end.
Yes.
That's outstanding. So, as the season progresses, it's the end of January, and here very soon we're going to start what we call the run. Where do you think the run can end up for you before this is over? What's your goals?
Well, I'm looking for a state title. So,
Number one.
Yeah.
You got to love that right off the top, right? I mean, that's
Didn't
what gets
even
you-
hesitate.
No
Teach.
hesitation.
No
I like that.
hesitation.
That's a competitor. That's where, and what I really commented and Jim and I really focused on was your ability to use your mind to take on somebody that was going to maybe try and overpower you, that was going to kind of come straight ahead, aggressive, and you wrestled. And you even said that when you jumped on, you just wrestled. You relied on what you know, what the game has taught you, what you've studied. Shout out your great coaches over there. I know you're in the room with them a lot. They do a great job with you, and got a chance to see you guys in Ironman and how you've grown through the season. Talk about what they bring to the table for you.
Well, I guess Chippewa is a small school and everything. Han and Shelby started a girls program there. I'm very happy to have it, And, yeah, I guess it's great that I can wrestle this year.
I don't have your grade here. If you could, sophomore? What?
Freshman.
No. Stop. You mean I get 3 more years to watch you grow in this sport? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Oh, am I TJ? Excited, baby.
You don't carry yourself and wrestle like a freshman.
No, you don't wrestle like a freshman.
And then to talk about the confidence right off the top of your head, hey, my goal right now, I'm going to win. I'm going to stand at the top of the podium down in Columbus. To say that as a freshman, and I believe that you have the confidence and the ability to do it. I mean, to think about the road for the next 4 years, try and putting yourself in place to be one of the all-time great wrestlers to come out of the state of Ohio.
Yeah, I'm looking to do something like that.
We'll be following along on the journey. Tell
Absolutely.
you what, happy for you, proud of you, and I know your coaches are. See a proud mom back here as well. So, Great stuff. Total congratulations on being a champion today.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, our guest, our Hilscher Clark Electric wrestler of the tournament from Chippewa High School, Kayla Morishon. Kayla, best success for the rest of this season, right? We're going to keep an eye on you. SMG Network, we're actually going to be down at the state tournament. And, I hope we're the ones calling you in that state finals on Sunday. I'll be looking forward to it. So good luck for the rest of the year, and congrats.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Well done.
Best of luck to you.
All right, there you have it, folks. From Chippewa High School, our Hilscher Clark Electric wrestler of the tournament, Kayla Morishon. TJ, did you get Kayla's picture for your?
Oh, definitely did. I got all the pics I need. And
all right.
As we look to wrap things up here on the campus of Northwest Local Schools, we want to give a special shout out again to everybody streaming us live on the SMG Network live streams powered by TKDS Sports and presented by Hilscher Clark Electric Company. SMGnetwork.tkdssports.com is where you can find us. But presentations of high school athletics also brought to you on the live stream by our good friends at Walsh University, Leathernecks Nation MC, CH Vallis and Associates, Save22.vet, H&H Truck Parts, also Cackley Insurance, LPL Financial, Lindsay's Pizza, McNeil & Sons Tree Service, Drive Mind Group, Lace and Dagger Tattoo Company, Nathan's Patio, and the Eagles FOE 190. Well, any last thoughts, partner?
No, I'll tell you what, buddy. First and foremost, as always, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I love this sport, and to be able to, do something else I love, talk a lot, and to come here today, these last 2 days, not just today, these last 2 days to see the Friday night extravaganza. What a great concept. The Fear the Spear, again, inaugural. We were here. We're the first. Brought it to you. And what is to come is absolutely unbelievable, right? And again, shout out real quick. Again, those of you that, follow along, Wednesday night, TJ and I are going to be out at Jackson High School for our very first. Again, we are a company of firsts. We are going to bring you the very first adaptive sports broadcast, wheelchair basketball. So if you're not doing nothing Wednesday evening, grab that soda pop, get your popcorn, sit back, and I'll tell you what, you will be absolutely blessed by what you see. So thanks again, Teach.
How is Kayla Morishon only a freshman? No way.
Dude, she kind of looked like a freshman, but I did, not the way she wrestled, I wouldn't have guessed
that. And to have the charisma when you looked at her and asked her what her goals were, was I want to win a state championship. Like, how many freshmen say that? We saw a lot of great young freshmen. Again, I think that's also what is going to be the strength of allowing women's wrestling to kind of show itself in spades and really grow this thing. I saw the young lady from Howland who got the outstanding wrestler for the upper weights, and her shirt
Madison
said,
Burns.
"Grow women's wrestling." That's what her shirt said. You grow women's wrestling by not just having the ones at the top, the seniors that are constantly winning stuff. You grow it by having strong freshman base.
Right.
And we saw a pretty strong freshman base here today.
Great freshman base. I mean, all the way around. And what's exciting is some of these programs, Canton South, right? One wrestler, freshman. Laurel Ludwig, I believe a sophomore. I know Laurel's not a freshman, maybe a junior. So again, something for these teams to grow. And as you say that, talking about growing again, this tournament's going to grow. Art Kali brought us over the team scores. Not that he shouldn't, but proud papa, if you will. So how about let's take a look at the top 5, finishing in 5th place from West Branch. They scored 28 points. And Maslin Perry coming in 4th place with 61.5 points. Your 3rd place finisher from Carrollton at 62 points. And Chippewa High School, again, our Hilscher Clark Electric wrestler coming from there. They finished in 2nd with 72 points. But you know what? For me, the way it should be, you start something, you should win the very first. And that's what happened here this afternoon. Northwest, number 1, Fear the Spear, first annual champions with 76 points.
Yeah, you know what? Shouldn't have to. You like to see it, but go out and earn it. And that's what they did.
Yep.
You know, and you put a lot of that on Maddie Beggar's shoulders. She's your leader, but she was not the only one that was able to go out there and get it done. I mean,
Miss Roan, Andrea Roan,
getting it done. I mean, we saw a lot of these Northwest wrestlers, these ladies that have learned from Josh Kali, have learned from Art Kali, our new friend Jackie Gresco.
Yep.
Who's out here learning the sport, growing it, and becoming a teacher in the room. That's how you do it right there. And I know they're very proud of what they were able to accomplish here. And now on to planning for year 2.
Absolutely, brother.
After you bring home some hardware from the shop.
Absolutely, after you get that. All right, well, I'll tell you what, take us home, brother, like you always do. You bring us in, you take us home. Can't forget these great sponsors we have. You've done such a great job getting those underneath the SMG banner.
Yeah, they do a great job for us. Again, we shout them out. McNeil & Sons Tree Service, Drive Mine Group, Lace & Dagger Tattoo Company, Nathan's Patio, Lindsay's Pizza, LPL Financial, Cackley Insurance, H&H Truck Parts, Save22.vet, CH Vallis & Associates, Leatherneck Nation, MC Walsh University, Eagles FOE 190, and the Hilscher Clark Electric Company. Make sure to check them out. Go patronize them. Give back where you can to them because they give so much to high school athletics in not only Stark County, Summit County, T County, but Northeast Ohio, the state of Ohio. Get behind our sponsors as they've gotten behind us to allow us to grow this thing, bring it to you bigger and better as we do. All right, for my partner, Jim Bostic, I'm TJ Downing. One more time, giving a salute to Art Kali, Jason Hathaway, Wrestle One Tournaments for what we've done here, what we've seen here, what we've called here over the last 2 days, which was the Friday night extravaganza last night and your first annual Fear the Spear Women's Wrestling Tournament. Have a great rest of your weekend, everyone. Enjoy it safely, and we will see you back next week as Jim and I will be out Wednesday night at Jackson High School for wheelchair adaptive basketball. So long, everyone.
See ya.